culpable de que esa boda la impidieran tu familia. Voy para allá, aunque haya candel, porque sé que tú me quieres, mami. Yo soy el hombre que te enseñó a querer y te hizo sentir mujer. Que nadie me hable en contra de ella,
que voy para allá.
Es que me gusta esa mujer,
que voy para allá.
Amigo mío, si la ve,
que voy para allá.
Dígale, dígale, dígale,
que voy para allá.
Dígale, dígale, dígale,
que voy para allá.
Mami, mami, abre la ventana,
que voy para allá.
Mami, mami, abre la persiana,
que voy para allá.
Y pónteme bien,
que voy para allá.
Que voy para allá.
Que voy para allá. Que voy para allá.
What's going on? Y'all, what's going on, man? Who in the building, man? Who in the building? You know what I got to say to you? Shout out to B Love. Irby, what up? MXC, what up? Love, what up? But if you a hater, this is what I got to say to you.
Look at him acting like he don't even see me, man. Yeah, when I run up on him like, you see me, hustle hard, stack paper, it's alright. Y'all haters, it's nothing, we major. You see me, high hater, high hater, high hater. You see me, high hater, high hater, high hater. You see me, high hater. Yeah, dollar bill, y'all, lot of bills, y'all. New year trying to touch me a meal, y'all. Came up now, I'm what's up now. When you shine, all these haters wanna talk down. I don't feel a way by what people say. It's alright, love, I let a hater hate. Pull up on them, see the paper plate, see the oyster perpetual day and day. It's a fact, right? How they act right, how they smile in your face, then they backbite. I just laugh, right? Make them mad like, watch them turn around and say, ain't that nice? Getting bread though, man. Seems like they don't love you till you dead, yo. Let them talk, dog, it don't faze me. It might not be right if they don't hate me. Hustle hard, stack paper, it's alright. Y'all haters, it's nothing, we major. You see me, high hater, high hater, high hater. You see me, high hater, high hater, high hater. You see me, high hater. Yeah, let them see me, high hater. Pull off easy, bye hater. You don't like me, why hater? Won't you tell them I'm mad, I'll make ya. I ain't caught up in all the hot talk. Caddy on white, call it Scott Storch. You don't feel me?
Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button, man. We in the building, man. We in the building. Fight is bad. We're gonna talk about this, this conversation. We're gonna have this conversation. We're talking about economics. Black and Hispanics are the brokest in America.
You see me, high hater, high hater, high hater. You see me, high hater, high hater, high hater. You see me, high hater. Yeah, where the haters at? All the hating cats. Here, look in the mirror now. Hate on that. Can't pick with me. or keep up with me. So you run and tell a chick not to mess with me. Cause we ballin', y'all crawling. It's alright, little homie, keep talking. More money brings more Hennessy, more hate, more snakes, more enemies. Can't change this, dudes ain't wild out, pop more champagne, miss. Still G's up, they won't ease up. It's cool to even hate it on Jesus. Can't tell them nothing, then they say I'm stunting. When they hate on you, then you know you're doing something. Hustle hard, stack paper, it's alright. Y'all haters, it's nothing. We major, you see me. High hater, high hater, high hater. You see me. High hater, high hater, high hater. You see me. High hater.
Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the show? This is the last track I'm gonna play, and we're going right into the show. You heard? Hit that like button. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Está vivo pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo. Un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Está vivo pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo. Un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo.
Tú estás vivo pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo. Di que un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Tú estás vivo pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo. Di que un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Cogiendo lucha con los cotumos en los callejones, capeando los hitas, los cigarros y los peñones. Menores de vaqueo arriba de las construcciones, esperando las misiones. Loco que tú no menciones, los bolsillos llenos de huevos repletos de municiones. Se van a tirar la gente, ya llamaron, se supone. Corre lo que tú quieres, el macuto, no lo abandones. Pa' que no venga con cotorras que se soltaron los condones. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo. Dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo, dico un malo
Está vivo pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo. Un malo, disco, un malo, disco, un malo, disco, un malo. Está vivo pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo, pa' contarlo. Un malo, disco, un malo, disco, un malo. Es que toditos son contrarios, con su careta puesta falta de grano. Por eso vamos a tener que cacharlo. No pasan de las 5 y 6, 7, porque ellos saben muy bien que de aquí para allá no pasan vivo en si me lo contienen el lindraje. Bueno, quiero verte trancado en la hora va la loca, no te me eches para atrás. La menor con una gilet entre la teta y si te moviste mucho diablo sales rajado. Cilindraje. Bueno, quiero verte trancado en la hora va la loca, no te me eches para atrás. La menor con una gilet entre la teta y si te moviste mucho diablo sales rajado.
Dique un malo, 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 dique un malo.
Pero pasa la Montesino, dice que son malos.
G, Darling Night, la bola blanca, el que tumba la negra.
Yao, la Mesía, 41612.
Adobe, el de la mano nerviosa. Zero Fire Record, la vaquita, Medina Record. Si no pregunta a Manuelcita, a ver si son de Tola. El vecino RD, bloque 6, bloque 1007, bloque Jeru, una sola red.
JB Swagger, Megadivo, el Tenchi en la volanta, Frago In.
What's going on, y'all? Hold on. Hold up real quick. Hold on 1 second. Everybody hit that like button. Follow my Instagram, Fighter Complex 7. Invite people, share this live, share all my videos. Later on the show, I'll drop the link if you want to come up and you want to discuss what I reviewed on the live. The video I'm reviewing is about 40 minutes. Depending on the interaction, I'll go live longer. depending on the support and the interaction. So we about to get right into it, right? Um, listen, as a human being, you have to survive on this planet Earth, and we're not operating off the barter system anymore. We work off of currency, money, economics, right? The economics. And blacks and Hispanics are the brokest in America. Womp womp womp, nigga. Blacks and Hispanics are the brokest in America. Let's look this up real quick. Okay. What's going on? Cynical, what up? 18th letter, what up? Robert, what up? Irby, what up? B Love, what up? All right, so let's read this. So, damn, what I do? Because I want to see, I want to take it down in race. All right, so it seems like look, the DC in the DC area, the medium for the the household income is over 6 figures. Then you have New Jersey, 96. I mean, then Puerto Rico. Look at Puerto Rico, 24. Now, when you look racially, out of all races, right? The medium is between 76 to 74,000 a year. Asians 109,000 to 108. Then you have white, not Hispanic. Yo, look how drastically it goes down. Look how drastically it goes down. That's what, $15,000? No. I'm sorry. That's 16 plus 9. Oh, yo. That's $25,000 difference. I mean, Asian is a way smaller group, but there's something about them Asians. The Asians are doing something really different. Why are they making so much more money? Something about them Asians. Maybe I should hang out with fuck white people. That's your worst enemy, white people. Fuck the white people. I want to hang out with the Asians, man. Whoever they consider Asian, that's who I want to fuck with. Let's hang out. You got some knowledge, I don't. What up? You might increase my money, my monyo, by a little bit, just a little bit. I'm not rich. You think I'm rich? Nigga, no. I'm just like you. So if I could increase my income, my 4 or 5 G's a year, where? What I do? What do I gotta do to increase my mono by 4 or 5 racks? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. So all right. So the listen. The Asians make 100,000, over 100,000, 110. White people make 84,000, and Hispanics make 62. Hispanics make 62 out of any race, and then the black people make 52. Damn, I'm surprised. I thought we made less. This is by Peter G. Peterson Foundation. So that's according to them numbers. You know, we could argue that. It's up for debate. Willie Earl, what's going on? Asians are the most. Oh, sorry. Asians are like the most higher earning and most people group. Then we should imitate them because why are they making so much more money? Maybe we should be moving like how they move. Let me share this video real quick. You know, I just showed y'all the statistics for a reason. What is going on with black people and Hispanic people? Why are we at the bottom? What are we doing different from the other group, white and Asians? Why are they making way much more money than black and Hispanics? I don't know. I want to find out. Let me know. You let me know what the difference is. Right here, I have a video, and it's by the Hoover Institution featuring Thomas Sowell. You know, Thomas Sowell. I know people don't like Thomas Sowell. Blanco, what up? I know people don't really like Thomas Sowell, but I want to hear what they talking about. Because, you know, they're experts in statistics and all that. So I want to know. I want to find out what they talking about. What do we need to listen to? Eileen, what up? What's shaking? Let's go.
Fact. Dr. Thomas Sowell on Uncommon Knowledge now. Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. Thomas Sowell has taught economics, intellectual history, and social policy at institutions such as Cornell, UCLA, and Amherst. The author of more than a dozen books, well over a dozen books. Dr. Sowell is now a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. His latest work, Wealth, Poverty, and Politics, an International Perspective. Tom Sowell, welcome.
Good being here.
The big idea. Wealth, Poverty, and Politics, quote, the difference between seeing economic disparities as due to differences in the production of wealth and seeing those disparities as due to the transfer of wealth from some people to other people.
What's going on? Okay. The difference between seeing economic disparities as due to differences in the production of wealth and seeing those disparities as due to the transfer of wealth from some people to other people is fundamental. The difference between seeing economic disparities as due to differences in the production of wealth and seeing those disparities as due to the transfer of wealth from some people to other people is fundamental. So some people are producing wealth, some are not. or most are not. We would say, right? I read Rich Dad Poor Dad, right? And then in that book, Rich Dad Poor Dad, he says something about wealth is the ability to be able to take care of yourself within your own means. You get what I'm saying? Puerto Rican one, what up? And being rich, that's a different level. But wealth is determined by the amount of time you're able to survive off of your own resources and off of your connections and the business you made, negotiations you made. That's what wealth is. So I'm not sure what he meant by that. I'm guess he was saying that people have the definition of wealth and rich twisted up. So I don't know. I mean, the kid wasn't called wealthy rich. He was called Richie Rich. I mean, I don't know. We could debate that. We could talk about it.
Is fundamental. Explain that.
Well, I think there are a lot of people who regard so-called disparities and inequities in income as something that requires some great explanation. Seem to assume that in the absence of some intervention, everyone would have something roughly equal income. Virtually everything that goes into the production of income varies enormously between groups, between nations, between people on the flatlands and the people in the mountains. You name it, it varies.
It varies. And I take it, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I was reading this, I take it as one of the principal efforts of this book to correct the thinking of Americans who have grown up, most of us, in conditions that by the standards of human history and by the standards of many other places on the globe today would be conditions of almost staggering wealth.
Yes.
Even poor people in this country have smartphones, televisions, cars, and so forth. And we tend to assume, it may be human nature, we tend to assume that our conditions are normal and conditions that differ from ours are the anomaly. And, and this book says, no.
Well, good heavens, and especially if you look back through time, really it's only within the last 5 or 10% of the existence of human beings that there's been agriculture. I mean, think what that means, that people had to feed themselves, hunting and gathering, fishing.
I mean, really think about that. Even in a place like Dominican Republic, everyone doesn't go. They don't have to go out to the country and hunt. My father, he's in his 60s. He had to live through that, where he had to do some form of farming. My father had to participate in some form of farming as a young child. My father in Dominican Republic, a black Dominican, chose to move differently. He said, yo, listen, man, if I stay here where I'm at, I'm going to stay here stuck where I'm at. So I'm going to move and do something different. I'm going to move and I'm going to do something different. Impressive. So my father chose to my father chose to work hard and study.
Herding animals, and of course that meant that you couldn't have cities, because for all those other ways of living, you need an enormous amount of land per person. if you were to one Manhattan would probably be enough, to spread famine throughout the world. So that I start with geography because that's the most implacable obstacle. And geography is anywhere close to being normal. For example, just geographic phenomena. In the great majority of all the tornadoes in the entire world occur in the middle of the United States. You don't hear about tornadoes in London or Paris or Beijing. And you don't hear about them in New York or San Francisco, for that matter. That just in one little place in the world, all the conditions are there for a tornado alley. And it's true with so many other things. Nothing is evenly spread out. There are rivers on every continent, but the rivers aren't the same.
Let me add, I was especially struck. Let me give you this. Here's a quotation from the book. Western Europe's rivers often lead out into open seas, providing access to seaports around the world. But most rivers in Eastern and Southern Europe are quite different.
Yes.
What's the difference, and what bearing is that?
Jenny, what up? Okay, Irby says these right-wing people like gaslighting minorities and put Asians, model minority in order, excuse, or ignore racism. Okay, I see what you're saying. So what they do is that they take minorities that are doing exceptionally well on the forefront and, and able to break down or eliminate the rhetoric of any existence of racism or discrimination or disparities. Okay, I see what you're saying. So they're basically they slick talking their way. They're slick talking their way into saying, "Hey, look, you guys are not suffering. Look at this group of people. They're a minority and they're doing great. And maybe they're doing great because they move differently, or they think differently, or they operate under a different system." I don't know. So my whole thing is, when I listen to these conversations, what I try to do is I try to listen or observe with an open mind. I don't come in there passionate. I come in there dispassionate, actually, because I want to come to a certain conclusion, right? I want to listen. I want to say, yo, why is it that in the United States of America, why is it that Blacks and Hispanics are doing the worst? Why is it that Asians are doing way better, and they're doing way better than white Americans, right? And when we think of people who have money, we automatically think, oh, white people. I mean, that's not really true, but I mean, this is the medium average. This is what we're talking about here, the average, right? Maybe they have different customs, and maybe that's why they're obtaining different results. I don't know. Maybe with this video, we could find out what's going on. What are they doing that's so different?
That had on economic development.
Well, the rivers in Eastern Europe tend to flow into lakes and inland seas, and so when you get to the end of the Danube or the Don, you are not out in the open ocean. You're
the Black Sea or the Caspian.
That's right. And then if you want to get to the Atlantic, you have to go to the entire length of the Mediterranean to get out there. The rivers in Russia, most of those empty into the Arctic Ocean, which is not quite as convenient as the Atlantic or the Pacific. And what that means is that you can't have the commerce, you can't have industry and whatnot to the same extent that you have. More importantly, you're not connected with the rest of the human race to the same extent. And one of the major findings throughout the book is that isolation almost invariably means poverty and backwardness.
In the mountains,
Yes.
if you live in Eastern Europe or Russia and you're cut off from the rest of the world, isolation leads, in fact, well, we'll get to this in a moment, but it seems even to have an effect on cognitive ability, prolonged isolation.
Oh, sure. Well, certainly.
Wow. Basically they're saying if you in the country, if you're campesino, you're in rural areas, you might be living off the land. You will be cut off pretty much from the rest of society. And it seemed like he was speaking about Eastern Europe. Is mountainous. The water flows into the Arctic. And now they're even speaking about cognitive skills. Now they even speaking now they're speaking about intelligence. You know, I think that's where it gets a little sensitive for people. I'm not saying that they're right, but I would like to see what they're saying and why they're saying it, the explanation, you know. Sure, 1619 says Nigerians do better than Asians. Okay, I mean, shit, maybe I should start hanging out with more Nigerians, man.
In terms of not just sheer knowledge, you don't have the same knowledge, but more than that, you're not aware of how the basic things of life are done differently in other parts of the world. And so people who are isolated will keep doing things for centuries or thousands of years. So that, for example, when the British landed in Australia, they find the Australian Aborigines are living really at a Stone Age level. Similarly, when people from Europe came to the Canary Islands, the same thing. They had no idea of iron. In Australia, they had no idea of iron. It's one of the great sources of iron ore in the world.
Staying with geography for a moment, again, one of the themes that seems to me to run through the book is this question of your resistance to notions of to attempting to impose notions of morality on economic conditions. So, for example, with geography, some people happen to be born in Western Europe where the rivers lead to the sea, and some people happen to be born in Russia where some rivers lead to the frozen Arctic and some rivers lead to the Black Sea. And it's nobody's fault.
Yes.
It's luck.
Yes.
Or sheer happenstance. Nobody's robbing anybody else.
Yes. As one economic historian said, you know, the world has never been a level playing field.
All right. Cultural factors, another one of the large segments of the book. Let me quote to you again: wealth, poverty, and politics.
So right there, like from what I took from what they're saying is that okay, Irby says time is Sowell. Then Irby, I want to drop the link for you. He says Thomas Sowell always been a mouthpiece for right-wing racists. So Irby, are you telling me that what they're saying right now is completely wrong? Are you telling me what they're saying is completely wrong? Drop the link. I don't know if I want to drop the link though. I don't know if I want to drop the link.
Quote, without the cultural prerequisites for developing natural resources into real wealth, the raw physical resources themselves are of little or no value, close quote. Tell us what you mean by cultural prerequisites.
Partly, that would be simply the knowledge of how to use things. As I mentioned in the book, the main difference between us and the caveman is simply human capital. Don't forget, the caveman had all the natural resources we have today, and he had them in greater abundance because none of them had ever been used up. But he didn't have the knowledge that it would take to turn those to his own purposes.
We just know more.
Yeah.
We just know more. Now, you know.
Damn, I mean, Irby. I mean, some people are doing better because they know better. I wish my soundboard was working. Some people are doing better because they just know better. Irby, I don't know, Irby. Irby, you still there? Press 7 if you still there, Irby. Press 7 if you still there.
Note that you notice certain productive capacity that certain cultural groups demonstrate, and you can see them because they demonstrate the same, let's call it industriousness, as they disperse to different parts of the world.
Yes.
Germans, Chinese, Lebanese, Jews, Indians, quote, the productivity is a matter of culture. That productivity is a matter of culture is shown by how many groups have arrived in various countries far poorer than the existing population and have nevertheless risen above the economic level of those who were there before them, close quote. Let's just choose, you name a lot of groups, it's a big book. Let me just toss one at you and see how you do. The overseas Chinese.
Oh my goodness, the overseas Chinese settled largely in Southeast Asia. Many of them came there with little more than the clothes on their backs. There was one Chinese millionaire in one of the countries who had in the foyer to his mansion this stick with a little cloth thing tied to it, because he walked into this place with that stick, all his belongings, and this little cloth thing tied to his stick over his shoulder, and he took off from there.
All right. The Jews.
Oh my heavens, that's been in so many places. My gosh, the Lower East Side of New York, one of the most terrible places when the Jews landed. The poverty and squalor is just unbelievable. In fact, even as late as the late 1940s, when I went to school on the Lower East Side, I'd always heard that all Jews were rich. And when I saw the Lower East Side, I said, why are these rich people living like this? The buildings on the Lower East Side were older and in worse conditions than the buildings in Harlem where I lived.
And they don't live there anymore.
No.
Those neighborhoods have turned over?
Yes. And it went by generation. The generation that was there first, even when they rose up to where they could have moved, they didn't, because many of them were not fluent in English and so on. And so you could live on the Lower East Side knowing only Yiddish. Right. And find doctors, lawyers, anything you wanted, going to stores and so forth. And if you moved up to upscale places like Harlem, which was once Jewish, or to the Bronx, which at another time which became Jewish, you would lose that. The more acculturated people, the next generation who spoke English and were more familiar with American society, they lived in those kinds of places.
Got it. So why is it that in many instances that you detail, you get a subgroup, the Chinese move to Fiji. And why is it then that so often we see the pattern that the indigenous, the people who were there first, fail to get with the program? And to the contrary, not only do they not get with the program, learning the skills of productivity, they tend again and again and again to persecute the groups that came with nothing but achieve a certain level of affluence. So we have the Jews, that's an old story, ancient story, the persecution of the Jews. But you also show it with the overseas Chinese in Malaysia, with Indians in East Africa, and on it goes. What's going on there?
Well, for one thing, there's no particular reason to have expected the indigenous people to have acquired the same skills that the people who came there had. And worse yet, the leaders of these groups are very quick to blame the fact that they're lagging on the other groups who are more advanced. One of the phrases that you often hear that this group took over this whole industry. And in many cases, there was no such industry until they came there and built it.
Right.
They did not take it over.
Right. So
Damn. Okay. So right there. Okay. It's almost like. It's not almost like. Sundown was good. The instinct of any organism is the duplicate, to get bigger, to get more, to yearn for more, to expand. That's the intrinsic nature of any organism. Right? It has that desire to get better, bigger, conquer shit. So if it has the ability, it will. So I don't think like the left and the right. I don't think the left and right are both wrong. I think they're both right. It's just two different sides of the coin. And which side do you choose to be on? No, Roy just said that's a virus. Now, don't you want to be better and bigger? Or versus some people, they choose just for things to stay calm and they pray and hope for tranquility. I don't know. Oh, Blood Moon is here. Good evening, Blood Moon. His point is that all cultures have their own skills, and some have better skills and produce more money. Right. So that's what we were getting to. Some groups are just. I mean, he said that with the caveman. The caveman had all the natural resources, but once a group of people went in there, they knew what to do with those resources. Yeah, I mean, he said that. I was listening to that. I mean, shit. I mean, is that wrong? Is that wrong? Is that wrong that there's a group that could take you over? Is that wrong, or should we all just live in peace and harmony? I mean, there's always been infighting within every group of people, no matter what continent you go through, no matter what tribe, no matter what enclave. They've been warring and beefing with other groups. If they have the ability to, they will. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yeah, but we covered that already. Like, with the rivers, that was like a metaphor. Like the rivers that flow out of certain countries, they tend to flow into areas where it's open for commerce and trading. Versus in other areas, it's gonna flow into The Arctic. Who the fuck is? Not a lot of people gonna want to go to the Arctic to trade, right? There's no territory. There's no more land over there.
Those are examples of the way culture can promote or enable economic productivity. You also provide a counterexample, the Soviet Union. Quote, the Soviet Union was almost a tailor-made refutation of geographic determinism. Explain that.
Oh, the Soviet Union was one of the most richly supplied countries with natural resources, and probably the most richly supplied. It was the only industrial nation which has so much petroleum that they export oil.
Right.
They have some, I don't remember the fraction, but they have a substantial part of the world's supply of natural gas, which they're now supplying all over Europe. Iron ore, manganese, you name it, they had it. At one time, something like half the industrial diamonds in the world came from the Soviet Union. The land was so rich that when Hitler sent his army in to invade the Soviet Union during World War II, he had plans to have the railroads take back this land from Russia into Germany because it was that well known for its.
You mean just the topsoil? He was going to send boxcars of topsoil back to Germany?
That's right.
I didn't know that.
It's one of the most fertile sections and the irony is one of the world's great famines occurred in the Soviet Union.
How come?
Mismanagement by the government. Milton Friedman once said that if the government took over the Sahara Desert, there would be a shortage of sand. And the Soviet Union, it was just that way.
All right. More on social factors. I'm quoting again from Wealth, Poverty, and Politics. This is tricky ground. There is empirical evidence against genetic determinism. We're talking about IQ scores now. For example, there have been whole communities of whites from isolated mountain regions in America whose average IQs have been similar to or lower than the average IQs of Black Americans. But while such evidence undermines genetic determinism, that does not make mental test differences irrelevant. So we're not genetically determined, but disparities among ethnic and racial groups are still worth noting, still consequential. How do we put this?
No, you're seldom hiring a whole group or admitting a whole group to college. What you're doing is judging individuals. And the predictive validity is really a totally separate question from the question of genetics versus environment. See, in other words, if the IQ test does not have a single question about flying an airplane, and you give it to people who want to become pilots, the only real question is, do the scores on those tests correlate with the subsequent performance of people in the air?
Right.
But you see, I mean, it sounds so simple when you say it that way, but the Supreme Court of the United States had a totally different take, that the employer must validate a test that is not job related. And so what they're saying is, it's a question of whether this test seems plausible to third parties who have neither expertise nor experience on the job. And that would be the criterion for whether it's a good test.
All right. Staying.
Okay, I see what he's saying. So it's like, okay, I see what he's saying. So it's like everyone, just because you're this, you could be as smart as you could be in this world. But just because you're as smart as you could be, it doesn't mean that you could be a good mechanic, right? Because you could use that intelligence for something else. Maybe you won't be a good car mechanic, right? Maybe you'll be an amazing doctor. Or maybe I don't know, you'll be a good pilot or a good teacher. So, yeah, like you could work in a different field. Just because you score good on tests, just because you have a great memory, it doesn't mean that you have outstanding motor skills.
On this subject of genetics, race, ethnic groups, and so forth, you talk again in Wealth, Poverty, and Politics. You describe three very selective. They're public high schools in New York, but they're very selective. You have to test to get into them. That's Stuyvesant High, your Stuyvesant High, Bronx Science, and Brooklyn Tech. Quote, the triumph of egalitarian principles and demographic diversity in the rest of New York's educational system has not resulted in an increase in the number or proportion of Black or Hispanic students passing the admissions tests to get into Stuyvesant, Bronx Science, and Brooklyn Tech. On the contrary, the numbers and proportions of Black and Hispanic students have declined substantially over the years at all three institutions. Close quote.
Damn. So they're saying despite all the programs and the initiative that we take to push Black and Hispanics to move further into education, that has not propelled them or inspired them to succeed in these arenas. Wow. What the fuck is going on? All right. I mean, I'll take it back. Just so maybe you could see. He said in Brooklyn and Bronx Science. Perfect example is of women make more than doctors, huh? OF. Skills. My daughter and a few of her classmates applied to Stuyvesant. She was not accepted. Look. They haven't taken any push to a damn thing. They are lying. They're lying. A team's letter said they're lying. OnlyFans. But sundown, you have to remember. Just because you're on OnlyFans, it doesn't mean there's chicks on OnlyFans that they showing their box and they only made $8. Versus there's chicks on OnlyFans who showed their box and they made $1 million. So I think you have to remember that. They changed the entrance exam. Used to be accepted to go to school. They changed the entrance exam. That means the requirements had different results, right? So in order for you to pass the test or to be able to go to the school, it was lowered. So that means that just more white kids went in there. There were more white kids went, and it said, "Oh shit!" Like it got a little easier, and more white kids went it. Right? Is that what that's saying? It makes you angry. Yo, hold on real quick. I have a donation here, man. Listen, man. I just want to know what can I do. I don't want to complain about what Black and Hispanic people are going through. I just want to get better. Yo, shout out to Roderick, man. I don't want to complain what's going on. I just want to get better.
Everybody could eat.
I don't want to complain. I just want to get better.
Everybody could eat.
The triumph of egalitarian principles and demographic diversity in the rest of New York's educational system has not resulted in an increase in the number or proportion of Black or Hispanic students passing the admissions test to get into Stuyvesant, Bronx Science, and Brooklyn Tech, like Roy just said. So they lower the requirements to get in to cater to the other kids.
I've asked in Bronx Science and Brooklyn Tech. On the contrary, the numbers and proportions of Black and Hispanic students have declined substantially over the years at all three institutions, close quote. So, telegram to Mayor de Blasio. As diversity becomes championed in the city of New York over the last 40 years, 50 years, diversity actually diminishes at these very selective high schools. Why?
Well, it's that
I'm listening. I want to see what his excuse is gonna be. Yo, hit that like button. Shout out to Ryder for the donation. Hit that like button. Shit, I was muted. My fault. I was muted. Shout out to everyone in the building. Hit the like button. 17 people in the building. Show love. Shout out to Roderick for that donation on the Cash App, man. Shout out to Roderick. Blood Moon says there definitely should be special schools for the better students. I agree. I agree. So then right here, right now, they're gonna, Thomas Sowell was gonna try to answer, or he's going to answer the reason why there has been a difference. Why has the amount of children who are Black and Hispanic have dwindled when the opportunity to get in, or the requirement, the prerequisite to get into the special school was actually lowered? Has been dwindled down. Why? Why have more white kids been able to get in? Is it because they're just so much above the Black and Hispanic kids that it doesn't matter? They're just way smarter because of their opportunities that they've been granted? Is that what that means? Is that how far the intelligence level is? Damn, is it that far apart? Is it that far apart? The entrance exam. All right. So because they're white, it just meant more white kids were able to get in there. It doesn't mean more Black kids was able to get in there. Is that the point? When they say more kids will be able to get, we're gonna lower the score. That doesn't mean more Black kids. It just means more white kids will be able to get in, because white people are already ahead because of the advantages that they have. Roy, okay, I'm glad that, okay, I see. Okay, I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm saying it's because since they already had an advantage in the first place, that's why they were already going there. Since white kids already had an advantage, that's why they were already going there in the first place. Damn, July 4th. They already had an advantage. Shout out to Sundown, man. Shout out to Sundown for showing love, man. Yo, y'all hit that Cash App. Yo, hit the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat. Hit the cat. Shout out to Sundown.
Everybody can eat.
Shout out to the 23 people in the building. Hit the like button. It's your Godfather Complex 7. Blacks and Hispanics are the brokest in America. And I want to know what I could do to get better. Yo, Sundown, I heard that I could be 39, 41 years old. It's like between 39 and 41, and I could still join the Navy. I want to join the Navy, B. I want to go to Japan, baby. Shout out to Sundown for the donation, man.
Everybody can eat.
Whoa. Yo, let's get to this, yo. Let's really get to this. I want to upgrade my knowledge. I don't want to be this peasant that people view me as. I want to be intellectual. You know, man, shit, I'm gonna start dressing different. You know, I'm gonna come in here with button shirts, button down shirts and everything, you know. I'm gonna get a shape up. Yo, hit the Cash App, y'all. Hit the Cash App so I can get a shape up. I'm gonna get a shape up. I can't be outside with all this hair on my face no more. They're gonna think I'm a criminal. You know they gonna think I'm a criminal. I don't want to be. Look how they look at black people in Kansas. Look at this.
Hey, whooping the police ass. Look at that stupid ass. Back up! Back up! Back up! Hey! I'm done with the West Foot. Hey, brother! She a rock. Y'all came here for me. That was shit. Tell them again, mama.
Wowzers. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like that.
The diversity really doesn't do anything for you. There are many cultural.
Doesn't do anything for you as a society, or I'm sorry,
as a society, or the people in whose interests you're promoting diversity. In other words, when Black Hispanic kids go to schools other than those three, they get a load of diversity. It doesn't do them any good. For example, as of about 2012 or 2014, I forget the exact one, the percentage of blacks at Stuyvesant High School was 1/10 of what it was 33 years earlier. So it's been a major retrogression. And so while they're being their heads full of diversity, the Asian students are learning math and science. Plus, the schools are also, another point against diversity is that in years past, those schools were so heavily Jewish that Stuyvesant was referred to once as a free prep school for Jews. Well, they weren't diverse, but it was very successful. And now Asian Americans outnumber whites by more than 2 to 1 in all three of those schools. It's still not diverse, but they're turning out people who do marvelous things. And that's what they're there for, to benefit the society, not to present this tableau that will please a handful of people.
Got it. All right. Political factors. This is the last of the large factors you discuss in wealth, poverty, and politics. Quote, Black Americans, a group often identified as beneficiaries of the welfare state in America, made considerable economic progress in the 20th century. Fine, of course, but much, if not most. This is the thing with you.
Tom Lakers, I had a conversation with someone today, and I said that the person told me, he's 94. I'm like, what, 94? 94? Yeah. He's 94. You're the second person to tell me that today. He does not speak like a 94-year-old, doesn't talk like he's still interested in these conversations. He looked like he could be in his 60s, 70s. Not 94. To actually sit down and have these damn, yo, man, it makes me want to yearn for more in life, because shit.
Dependent clause is where the sting is. But much, if not most, of this progress was prior to the massive expansion of the American welfare state, close quote. That is so counterintuitive, because we hear so much about African-American progress since civil rights and the establishment of the welfare state that it really has become a kind of American intuition. Explain yourself, Dr. Sowell.
Well, as of 1940, 87% of Black households were in poverty. Over the next 20 years, that declined to 47%. This is all prior to the civil rights laws, prior to the social welfare policies of the Johnson administration. Over the next 20 years, it fell an additional 18 points. But that was not, that was just the same trend continuing at a reduced rate. Affirmative action is even worse because, as I remember, I'm trying to think now, the numbers. I think it was something like, poverty rate was something like 30% among Black households before affirmative action. And a decade after affirmative action, it was 29%. This is not the same as the 40% decline that occurred before there were any civil rights laws and before there was any social welfare state.
And so what happened between 1940 and 1960 was the post-Second World War economic boom.
It was
that right?
but it was also the massive migration of Blacks out of the South.
So they're getting better education and jobs.
That's right.
Okay. Now, you mentioned cultural and social retrogressions. Again, I'm quoting you. Arguably, the most consequential of these was the decline in two-parent families.
Yes.
Close quote. Explain that one. Among African Americans.
Yes.
We're still talking about African Americans.
Well, you know, when they talk about things like this, they talk about the legacy of slavery.
Right.
And I argue, well, empirically, it's not that, it's the legacy of the welfare state. Because as of 1960, which is almost 100 years after slavery ended, the majority of Black kids were being raised in two-parent households. But within one generation after the welfare state, that had dropped down to a minority. So that the majority of Black kids today are raised in one-parent households. When you think about it, I mean, centuries of slavery and generations of Jim Crow did not destroy the Black family, but one generation of the welfare state did.
The Moynihan Report, what was it? A call for national action.
Yes.
The Negro family, a call for national action, 1965, and even 50 years ago. And his principal point of alarm, and again, now I'm trying to recall the statistics, but I believe the out-of-wedlock birth rate among African Americans in 1965 was 25%.
Something like that, yeah.
And he was so alarmed that he wrote this report, and today it's over 70%. And by the way, the rate among whites is over 1/3 at this stage.
Yes.
So how does the family breakdown fit into an economic understanding? Is it something, the social breakdown of the American family is something that we have to understand aside from the tools of economics? It just doesn't fit into supply and demand curves and
certainly
economic history?
this occurred at a time when the Black income was rising. And so we're saying that previous generations of Blacks with lower income and more racial barriers the family stuck together under those conditions. And under the new conditions, which were advertised to make for great progress, in fact, created retrogressions. And I think many people who were gung-ho for the idea that this was going to be progress simply cannot bring themselves to look at the evidence and say, my God, we made things worse.
You close the book with a chapter entitled
Prior to the civil rights movement, AA had no choice but to succeed. And this comment complements the statement Sowell just made. Sometimes it's just like the combination of things. I don't know.
Implications and prospects. Quote, the all too familiar cliche about the paradox of poverty in an affluent society. We're going from international comparisons to this country now. The paradox of poverty in an affluent society is a paradox only to those who start with 1, a preconception of an egalitarian world in defiance of history, and 2, a disregard of the arbitrary nature of the government-defined word poverty. Now, we've already discussed point 1. You've already established that, historically speaking, poverty is the norm, and there's nothing like egalitarianism. It's spotty, particular. Economic progress is surprising in some ways. Number 2, the arbitrary nature of the government-defined word poverty. What do you mean by that?
I mean, that what we define as poverty today, there's a Latin American scholar, a scholar of Latin America, he's not Latin American himself, was saying that what we define as poverty here is the upper middle class in Mexico. Most American families in poverty as defined by the statisticians in Washington. And that's the thing I try to bring out. Regardless of what we think of when we think of poverty, what it really means is whatever those statisticians say it means. And that includes the great majority of people who are in poverty in the United States by that definition. They have microwave ovens. They have central air conditioning. I mean, in poverty as defined by the statisticians in Washington. And that's the thing I try to bring out. Regardless of what we think of when we think of poverty, what it really means is whatever those statisticians say it means. And that includes the great majority of people who are in poverty in the United States by that definition. They have microwave ovens. They have central air conditioning. I mean, I was in my 40s before I had a window air conditioner, you know. But the idea of central air conditioning. Most own an one motor vehicle or more, and 14% own 2 or more motor vehicles.
It is simply not poverty, not by any historical understanding whatsoever.
Yeah, no. In the old days, particularly thinking about the Lower East Side when the Jews lived there, you know, that the people were squeezed together in these tiny places. Today, the average American in poverty has more space per person than the average European. Not the average poor European, the average European, period. And so all those things by which we've spoken of poverty in the past, those things have long since gone. But the other part of this story is that doesn't mean they've got it made. On the contrary, they have catastrophic problems because the same mindset that has created the welfare state, the same non-judgmental philosophy, has also led to a great deal of leniency toward criminals. And so you have runaway crime and people are living in fear. I'm sure that when I was growing up, that we never had any of the stuff that people on welfare have today. But you know, I could.
Hold on. Let's just test that. You grew up, as I recall, late adolescence to high school. You were in Harlem.
Yes.
Television in the house?
Oh my God, no.
Radio.
We thought we were a big deal. We had radio.
Car?
Oh my! The thought never crossed my mind.
When you were a little boy going to school, how many pairs of trousers did you have?
I don't know. I only wore one at a time, so.
But you weren't getting J. Crew or LL Bean catalogs.
Oh, they were not. They must have overlooked me somehow.
You weren't in the right zip code. What about?
Well, let me.
You weren't hungry though. You were still well fed.
Yes.
Right?
But you know, you mentioned about LL Bean. My sister was visiting me from the East Coast once. Said, you know, people in the ghetto would not wear the kind of khakis you wear. I said, what's wrong? I got these are Dockers, and what's wrong with it? No, they want designer things. I hear about the tennis shoes that are bought there. I mean, I wouldn't pay that kind of money for regular shoes.
Did you have enough money for books in the house?
No, but fortunately, I lived across the street from a public library. But other than that, I don't know if I ever bought a book when I was growing up.
Newspapers, though. Newspapers.
By
the way, was it considered? Oh dear, how do I say this? There's a place in your book where you talk about cultural retrogression among African Americans, and certain kinds of behavior.
Called acting white.
Acting white. Was it acting white in your day to go across the street to the library?
Nobody ever said it.
Okay. All right. So I'm sorry, but you said you didn't have any of the things that supposedly poor people have today. You were making a point, and then I jumped in and started.
But of course, I had a sense of security that you simply cannot have. And if you look particularly at the public housing,
your neighborhood was safe. That's what you mean.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can remember more than once waking up at midnight and deciding I will go out and buy a newspaper to see how the baseball scores are. And so, and the guy who was selling them was a very small, elderly white man down at the end of the block.
Okay.
Today, both of us would be taken into custody and sent in for mental observation for being out there in the middle of the night.
So poverty in America today is not material want. It simply is not, by the standards of all time, all history, other places. It is not material want. It's poverty of the mind. It's poverty of policy.
It's squalor of behavior.
And how does that get corrected?
Thus far, it hasn't been. One of the real problems, and this is not peculiar to the United States or to any group in America, ethnic leaders, particularly leaders of groups that are lagging, are a major obstacle to advancement because their self-interest is in keeping their groups isolated. And isolation has been tied in with poverty for all kinds of groups and all kinds of settings around the world.
Al Sharpton versus Ben Carson.
Yes.
Al Sharpton is bad for African Americans. Is that what you're saying?
But unfortunately, the Al Sharpton types have been the rule rather than the exception for groups around the world.
Rakim, what's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, so what do you think of the topic of what you've heard so far? What's going on? What do you think?
I agree with what he was saying about Al Sharpton, but for the most part, I think it's a lot of disingenuous things being said by Mr. Sowell here.
Like what?
Like a lot of the things he's not even accounting for, like the laws and the policies, all of the land that was stolen away from Black people through crooked laws and everything like that. The discrimination, he's not accounting any of that. Like, and I would ask Mr. Sowell if I personally met him, which I definitely have respect for my elders, but I would ask him, how come these people only have you around to talk about Black people's issues and regurgitate, and you like they don't hire you to speak about economics or different things that's going on in the United States.
He's like a mouthpiece. He's like, what's up, Rakim and Fighter?
What's up, Irby?
What's up? That was just like saying that he went mumbling around.
Let me just say this real quick, Irby. Mr. Sowell is not the only person. It has been a history of white people that will play Black people to be at the forefront and regurgitate the things that Mr. Sowell is saying. Like that's not nothing new, or use white people's talking points. And with everything that's going on right now in this country, most of the jobs in this country have been outsourced to other countries. You're seeing a rise in white nationalism because they feel like they're losing the country and their birth rates are going down, which you're going to see more mass shootings. So no, like most of the jobs outsourced. The prices have risen and the wages have stayed stagnated, where most people are not even barely making any money and can't survive. You're originally from New York, Fighter. How many of your people that moved out of New York? How many people are leaving New York because they can't afford to stay there versus the 80s and the early 90s?
I would say most of my people that was in New York, they're still there.
They're still there. Well, it's a lot of people that's left New York and they're migrating.
I mean, because a lot of people go. You have to remember, New York is the largest city in the United States, so it's a high level. It's a high level of entry. So most people in the world, they don't live in a mega city. They're used to living in, like more suburban, quieter areas. Most people they like that. They're used to that. They're not really accustomed to the hustle and bustle and the wild noises, and
you see his views are a little outdated on poverty today. His views are really stuck on 1960s.
Okay, so now so now you're speaking on poverty. I mean, no, because I think what he was doing was that he was. I see what you're saying, but I think like he was comparing poverty in America compared to other countries.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing with that. We didn't like poverty in America didn't start with air conditioning units and
No. We're talking about like no, because I guess he's talking about right now. Like.
But see, that's how they get people.
No. Well, I don't know if it's about getting people. It's about, I mean, what are our human necessities now? Because then they said something about what do you want versus what do you need. So,
and we can talk about TVs and air conditioning thing, but trust me, when you look at them electric bills, they are pretty high. When you look at the rent bills,
okay, electric bills are high. All right, so
gas bills. What's the average gas bill?
Exactly. I mean, I don't know the average gas bill, but I mean, depending where you live, it might be higher. Like if you live in fucking Texas, you might have a low gas bill, right?
My electric bill, I pay what about?
And you live in Illinois, so you got to remember, right? You have to take that in consideration.
My gas bill is
that you compared in June compared to January, a big difference, right?
Yeah, but when that wintertime hit,
yeah, right. So we're talking about geographic location, right?
No, I mean just in general. The bill, like for instance, the money that people are making at a lot of these jobs is not enough money to sustain them in decent living conditions.
So why did you choose to work at the job you work at?
It's not even that. I'm not talking about just even fast food restaurants, anything. It's a lot of jobs where
I'm asking like what made you choose the job that you're working at?
You just chose that job because those were some of the only options that you had at that particular time. And it depends on the person's living circumstances. They may have to get that job to help out. They may have needed a job at that time. But what I'm saying is that
so you're telling me that there's people that have like different options, and there's people that have different. How can I say this? So there's people that have more ambitious than others, right? Or no?
No.
So you're saying that like everybody's like equally ambitious?
A lot of people are ambitious. We got to live. We live in America. We got to live.
So you're telling me that
you ambitious just by. Let me just say this: you ambitious just by the fact that you live in America. You're taught to get out there and get it. A lot of people are taught to get out here and get it.
I mean, I don't know, bro, because there's a lot of countries where there's no welfare system. So a lot of people might tell you the opposite.
But see, here's the thing.
You can be ambitious, but them opportunities got to be there. Some people are denied opportunity.
Like why would if somebody's denied the opportunity, what did they do wrong?
What?
Like if you're denied an opportunity to do something, like why didn't they grant you the opportunity? Like why did they give it to someone else versus you?
It could be
try to play the devil's advocate right now.
Well, it's a multitude of reasons, and it's not just because you're not qualified. A lot of the times you have people that are overqualified and not an opportunity.
Most of the time, it just has to do with race.
A lot of the times, it has to do with race. Historically,
so basically, if you're black, you're doomed.
No, nobody's saying that if you're black, you're doomed, but you're not going to.
All right, so what percentage? All right, so
you got to understand what's going on so you can maneuver through it and understand.
What percentage of white people are doing great in the United States?
It is a nice percentage of white people, but it's also a lot of white people that are doing bad.
But it showed that Asians are doing way better than white people, and they're not white.
Yeah, that's now because a lot of these corporations. Hold on 1 second, Irby. A lot of these corporations are having Asian people that are running. They're running their corporations. Okay, a lot of them have gone to some of these Ivy League schools for tech. And
which organization are they running? Like what organization is the Asian running?
Well, especially the tech company, And a lot of them, and if you pay,
what tech company? What you said? The tech company.
Wait, hold on, 1 second. If you
hold on. Tech, hold on, bro. Tech is not one company. Tech is a whole field. So
yeah, it's a field, multitude of companies within tech, or especially over there in Silicon Valley. And if you pay close attention,
which one? Take one.
Talking about.
Tell me one. Tell me one company. Tell me one. So you can't even name what company. You're just saying.
I can name you one. I can name you. Take companies like YouTube or Google that have the H-1B visa, and even Trump was talking about that, how they're trying to replace not only American engineers but teach with these Indian engineers, Asians, but they want them to help them know how to do the work, and then you leave, then you get laid off and you get fired. They're replacing American engineers with these Asian engineers.
So if the Asians are better, I mean, shouldn't they get the job?
It's not a fact that
I'm asking. No, hold on. I'm asking you a question. If the Asians are better, shouldn't they get the job?
Why you better when you need me to teach you how to do the work?
Hold on. If they're better at it, if they're doing the job, what's the problem? Like, what do they have? What do they have against? What do they have against a white American that they rather choose?
It's not about that. It's not that they're better. They're just cheaper labor.
Okay.
Cheaper labor.
Okay. So now we're talking business, right? Now we're speaking business, right?
Yeah, money.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So we're talking money now. So how can you blame someone who's competing? I mean, so are you telling us to not compete anymore? Not to?
No, your purpose. They're underselling themselves on purpose so they can get picked. So if Rakim is asking for $30 an hour, I'm gonna say 15, and you're gonna hire me.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that drastic though.
I'm making an example like that.
I mean, yeah, but that was very. 15.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clear example, right? It's
a clear example, but that was a huge exaggeration.
Yeah, on purpose, yes.
That was a huge I don't think any person with that knowledge is gonna take half of the wage.
No, but they might not take half, but they're gonna be close. They might go 10,000 under you.
Let me just
whatever Rakim is asking, they might go 10,000.
Wait, hold on.
Okay. So what you're telling me, the reason why Asians are making way much more money is because they take a pay cut. And they was able to get that.
That's how immigrants make it here. Yeah,
because they put their foot in the door, and they took a huge pay cut.
Yes. They don't want to pay American wages, fighter. They don't want to pay what people actually should be getting.
The immigrants know that too.
Exactly. I mean, that's been let me just say this real quick, Roy Chess. That's been the history of America since the beginning.
Sorry. Don't say but when you don't say America, that's been the history of the world.
I don't know.
Let me finish. Don't say no, because when you say America, it almost sounds like what you're saying is that America is unique. No, because that's been the history of the world. It's more likely that humans are more similar to each other than different.
Well, let me just say this real quick.
Listen, I just want to let you know that no matter where you go, humans instinctively want to benefit. I just want to let you know that no matter where you go, there's going to be oppression, there's going to be competition, and there's going to be people who have the urgency, and they have the what's the word? They have capitalistic. Listen, everywhere you go, people have hyper capitalistic aims.
Yeah, and they take advantage of people that are in a more unfortunate situation. Before any other group got here, people forget that Black Americans was the labor force in this country. So when we was coming up from the South, they used us to undercut not wanting to pay the Irish. They used us to undercut not wanting to pay the Polish. Well, I'm gonna pay you when I can just get the Negroes to do it for less. And you know what that did? That caused tension. That caused problems because a lot of those people living in substandard living conditions, living in slums, and a lot of these big time companies they didn't want to pay, which is why you have things in place like child labor laws, and why you have things in place like these unions and different things like that, because their whole idea was to screw over the American people so they can make sure that they got capital, and that capital stayed at the top and didn't trickle down to the working class. That's it.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Okay, see,
If
yo,
I may intercede for a moment.
This. All right, so my all right, so I think what people have to understand is the mentality when it comes to earning, right? Once making a living for yourself, right? So I don't think no one is thinking about the group when they're thinking about their individualistic aims and goals. So globally, this is universal. This is universal law. Any organism that exists wants to expand itself. Now, voices will say, "Oh, that's a virus." Okay, yeah, okay, cool. But anyone that exists in this world, they want to do better for themselves. Unless they're just content with life and they just want to stay in their little shack, or unless they want to stay in their mom's on their mother's
I
basement.
agree with you. I agree with you, but the point is, I agree. I'm not with this blame. Just the blame. I do not think people should come together as a group. That's why people at this point don't really take people like Thomas Sowell and all of them, in my opinion, really serious, because we know why they're there for. They're there to like undermine their own people's progress in order to benefit them. You could tell he's a mouthpiece for the right wing, because you brought up Al Sharpton. Everybody know Al Sharpton is an opportunist. He's a race
Jackson, all of them. We all know that.
We know that they're shakedown artists. They're there to be puppets for the liberals.
They're opportunities for the liberal party. We know that, and we don't trust Jesse Jackson to Al Sharpton.
If I may intercede for a moment.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Fighter.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on, bro? I'm listening.
Yeah, I just wanted to put a different perspective in this sense from.
And I want to hear it.
Yeah, we disagree in the essence of the argument placed, because it is my culture and many Latin America and everything I have experienced that we have inclined ourselves more towards the community than the individualism. One of the reasons we started using this term Latin America was because of that distinction we wanted to make between us and the United States. Many of our intellectuals down here are opposed to the individualistic savagery, if we could call it in that way, that exists in the United States.
Wait, okay. So you're telling me that? Hold on. So you're telling me that having goals to better yourself, that's savagery?
No.
That's what sounded like you said.
Let me.
I would say it would be savagery.
Let me fine tune.
No. I would say no. So I would say it's savagery to want to not to evolve. I think that's savagery. To not want to.
I'm using the term savagery in a hyperbolic way, but let me fine tune the argument in this sense.
No, me too. I'm saying I think it's savagery to want to not to evolve.
So let me fine tune this point.
Oh,
what is the major contesting that one could have towards a individualistic centric society? That it enables the exploitation of those they deem
that can't keep up.
That they supposedly can't keep up.
Right.
But they can't keep up because at the same time, the system set up to feed that individualistic system disable that possibility or hinder that possibility of advancing in the expectations and the standard expectations of that individualistic society. I'm going to give you an example in the case of my country.
Before you go, there's just for that, right? There's a thing. There's regulations against that. There's rules against that. There are programs against that. This is why the government. That's why they don't let stores just. They don't let bananas sell for $100, right? There's a reason for that, right? Because they have to make things feasible, right? So there has to be a sweet point, a sweet spot, a balance, correct?
But
I wanted to say this, the fighter. Oh, go on. Please.
no, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
What?
Okay, no, what I was about to respond is, but we could see the dismantling of those attempted regulations systematically and more in the United States versus the other realities that have happened in the Western Hemisphere. Some very positive, some very negative, and some in the middle. However, that dismantling, and let's just take, for example, the situation that has happened with Afro descendancy or Afro United States citizens in that process. If we look at how the dismantling of the Atlantic slave trade happened, especially and particularly starting on 11776 or 1776 for 4th of July, now that it's got almost up on us again, United States did not abolish slavery. As soon as the rest of Latin America and Caribbean started catching up to the revolutions of independence, the majority of them, constitutionally, the first thing they did was abolish slavery. It took 90 years from the moment that the United States became independent and won the War of Independence up till 11860 before we saw the abolishment movements grow to the point where, well, Civil War happened. Of course, people don't realize what was happening during those 90 years that then blew up the situation in the United States. Well, England had abolished slavery. Several countries in Latin America had abolished slavery. Several parts in Caribbean had abolished slavery. Therefore, there was no longer more capability of receiving slaves and the continuing of slaves to that area of the southern United States. By the time 90 years came by, the South was facing an economic disaster. There were, in less than a decade before the actual Civil War, the South was facing such a devastating economic situation that they needed to find ways of obtaining more slaves. And one of those ways was William Walker and the filibusters that came to Mexico and Central America to try to conquer us. After we were independent countries, we kicked their asses. Hell, the history of saying no U.S. citizen left alone or left behind is not true, because that country left behind William Walker and we executed him in Honduras, the filibuster movements. And that was within 3 or 4 years prior to the start of the Civil War. That's when we executed him. So the point on this aspect is
So you showed me an instance where hyper capitalistic system failed.
It completely and utterly failed.
Okay. Now. So, are you a collectivist?
In a way, yes.
Okay, you are. So, now in history, can you please illustrate any time where communism has worked, where people haven't suffered in a great proportion to the point where they have rebelled?
You're equating the view of collectivism and the view of society structured in a way that it can protect as best possible everybody in that particular nation with communism. And both things do not equate. Communism is a stateless society, and the implementation of those ideas originating from Marx have been flawed systematically. So you're
telling me.
Communism.
Oh man.
Sorry.
So you're telling me that in the United States, it's hard for people to survive.
Yeah, it's evident by 34.9 million people living in poverty or under the line of poverty. The flow of your economy and the trickle down economic Reagans have proven not to work, and the continuing of the dismantling of institutionality that could improve or balance out the inequities that present themselves because of the different historical reasons that they are there, then yeah, we see it. We see it that it's difficult. The so-called American dream, as such, has been difficult because of the various elements, including the constant and systematic wars that the United States is involved in.
The American dream is a scam. The American dream is definitely.
Man, okay, so what? All right, where should we go to live the perfect life, man? If American ain't it?
I'm not saying
no, Rakim. Like, where should we go if America ain't it?
You gonna let me answer?
Iceland?
Huh? No, I want Rakim. I want to have this like one-on-one with Rakim, and then
Well, first and foremost, I don't know per se where to go, but the only thing I can say is hyper-capitalism in the United States is destroying this country. Because the corporations own everything. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a plutocracy where everything is controlled and ran by the corporations. Jobs have been outsourced. People are barely finding a way to make it. And within the next in the next 5 to 10 years, even with the way Americans even lied to white people and told them that they was going to be at the forefront of everything and they was going to be in the line of everybody else. Now that is dying now. And what you're going to have, and when you have hundreds of years of entitlement, you're going to have anger behind that. And you have a lot of angry white folks, which is causing a rise in nationalism, and is going to cause a rise in, like I said before, in mass deletions.
Right now, what you're saying sounds a little racist, bro. Like if I was white, I would say, "Damn, yo."
Well, it's not racist.
I'm white. Like I don't think like that.
How much do you know about their history?
What you mean about, bro? The people that's been born in the past. But hold on, bro. But the people that were born in the last 40 years weren't around for that. They weren't around for that.
And even right now, with the rich white elite, right? Tell me if this is racist.
What percentage of white people are elite?
With the elite. What
percentage of people?
You're not even trying to listen to me speak, bro. You're not even trying to listen.
Because I think you know what it is, bro. I think your mind is polluted by the things you've seen on the news. You're polluted by. You listen,
That's
because
not true, fighter.
This is what it calls. This is what's called sensationalism.
You know me better than that, bro.
All right, no, I don't. Yo, okay, bro, listen. This is called sensationalism, bro.
Listen.
You might hear certain things that you might adhere to, and then it's like feeding your mind, and then it's like expanding and blowing. It's
I don't even watch the news. I don't watch CNN or Fox.
So where do you get your information from?
Well, definitely not them. I watch certain news broadcasters on the internet, but I don't watch them because I know both of them biased. CNN is liberal, Fox News is Republican.
Black people could be biased. You know that too, right?
Okay. Well, listen to this real quick. Right now, it's going to be a huge transfer in wealth within the coming years. Once the baby boomers die off, that wealth is being transferred to the younger white society. And that's just going to cause even a more huger economic disparity between other groups. A lot of the wealth that they accumulated from all of the racist laws that was passed in the future, the equity in the
future.
In the past, my bad. In the past, they're going to inherit everything in the future. How do you think? Why don't they have it now? What do you mean? Because that generation is still alive. That's why.
So it just keeps building.
It keeps building and it transfers to the next generation.
So all the white people about to get this, like they about to get like a stimulus check. All the white
Not
people.
all the white people, but it's a nice share of white people that are
like what percentage?
I don't know, a good 40%, 40 to
50%. 50% of white people about to just get a lump sum of money within the next 30, 40?
Yes.
Bro, that sounds crazy.
Do you know about the baby boomers and all of the money that they accumulated?
bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. That shit sounds crazy to me, bro. Like I right now, like there's white people. I mean, I don't know if there's many white people listening to this, but if they heard that, they're laughing at you. Like, nigga, I'm
I
from.
don't give a damn. Listen, man.
No,
One thing I've noticed-
bro, they probably like, nigga, I'm from Indiana. Like I'm from Indiana. I grew up a broke white boy. Like, you know how many broke white people there are?
Yes, I know. I've met some of them.
Oh yeah, more than what you think. Because remember, all right, like, have you hung out in Utah? You drive. Have you hung out in Utah?
No.
Have you hung out in like Oregon?
No.
Have you hung out in Ohio?
No. Well, I've hung out in Ohio.
West Virginia?
No. I haven't been over there. I haven't been in any of those areas.
Mississippi?
Yes.
You've hung out in Mississippi. You lived in Mississippi, right?
No, my family is from Mississippi.
Have you hung out there?
Yes.
Are all the white people just doing good?
No.
You've been to New Hampshire? I've been to New Hampshire.
No, I've never been there.
I've been to New Hampshire. It's borderline, bro. It's borderline, bro. It's borderline Massachusetts, bro.
And you know what kept a lot of those poor white people pacified into being okay with poverty? Is because they were sold a dream that they was better than everybody else.
What you mean, a lot of them were better than niggas?
Yeah. Well, yeah, mostly because wasn't nobody else here that yet. But yeah, that they was better. They was better than niggas. Yes, which is why you have a lot of white people that vote against their own interests, against their own economic interests.
You got it, bro. Yo, when you buy a book, I mean, when you write a book, I'm gonna be the first one to buy it. Write a book on economics. Yo, Royce, Rakim, I write a book on economics. I'm gonna be the first one to buy it because I don't know. I don't just, you know.
You just don't believe in what I'm saying. You just don't believe in what I'm saying.
Because that sounds insane, bro. Like, there's not even. How can you tell me that most people are striving to get by? Most people are living check to check. The average American doesn't have more than $2,000 in their bank account, bro. So then, when you're telling me that, in the next,
is that because of their lack of ambition?
No, it's because of their spending habits. It's because of they see the lifestyle that other people have, and then they live up. You know what the whole keeping up with the Joneses is about? You know what that means?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you know what that's about. You're black. You know what that is.
My people created that term, of course.
What does keeping up with the Joneses mean?
Yeah, but white people don't do that usually.
Huh? Sorry? You say what, Roy Chess?
White people are not into that much. Like, that's more of a black thing, a minority thing.
Really?
No.
Yeah. So you said, hold on. So you telling me, hold on, Roy Chess. So you telling me black people don't they don't calculate their money, they don't count their money. They say, "Oh yeah, now we can't spend it on this." That's what you're telling me right now.
Yeah, they do. But if they have extra money, they're gonna keep a normal standard. They're not gonna go below that standard.
Why? Oh, okay. So now you're hating on your own people. See, I don't like that because now you're trying to belittle the black man. You're trying to belittle black women, black men. Trying to tell them that they don't know how to spend money.
New York is cutthroat, right? We're cutthroat. That's what capitalism ultimately is. Why, when we go to another country, they don't like Americans because we're cutthroat. We'll cut your throat so we can get $1. We'll cut your throat so we can get ahead of you in your own country.
I disagree with that. When you say white folks don't do that, keeping up with the Joneses.
They don't do it at all. I'm not saying they don't do it at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's not a majority thing for them.
I would say black people, minorities in general, learn that from white folks. Learn about keeping up with the Jones from the white folks. Yeah, especially the wealthy ones.
Yeah,
every aspect of wealth, every aspect of wealth that was promoted had a white face on it.
Yeah, that's
every
European. They weren't on the low end.
I mean, every European brand, every capital, every money, every building that makes capital and all of that, all of the laws and the policies, that didn't come from no other people but white folks.
Okay, but because they conquered shit, bro. Like what they conquered shit, bro.
When you think about these people naming
And they
these
lost
rappers, these rappers naming themselves after like mob figures and the Rockefellers and all
gonna
those
hate
people.
on them?
Hold on, let me say an argument here real quickly. You're saying white people, aka Europeans, conquer shit, and they lost it in the last 248 years. They completely lost it in such a way that it was. Do you know the economic consequences for Europe as soon as the United States, Mexico, Haiti, and so on became independent from their monarchies? Do you know what happened? And then right in the middle of that, right at the start of that, France comes out and kills all the monarchy.
You said sorry, who? You said who, bro?
Okay.
No, you said a word right there. Crayons?
France. Right,
France.
right,
Okay,
right
sorry.
at the beginning of the between the end at the moment that United States won the Revolutionary War on 11/7/83 or 1783, within months the first revolution of France happened, and right after that you start seeing the explosion of revolutions happening in Haiti, Mexico, parts of Central America, South America, etc. So let's be open about it.
Okay.
If we're gonna say the white men conquered something, they fucked everything up so hard that then they lost it, and they lost it by utilizing what their own liberal thinkers were thinking 100 years prior. So that's
and what was that? They lost about what? About what?
They lost the powers of the monarchy and the control of colonialism in the last 248 years. That, yes, the process is still in some ways ongoing, but they lost it because their own thinkers, the liberal thinkers, when their ideas started spreading into here, we were the ones who said, hold on, we like these ideas. We're going to implement them. We're going to do them.
Okay,
so
okay.
Wait.
So hold on. You know why? Because they said something here has to change, and they did something about it. So, and I think this is where y'all understand. I don't. This is where there's a disconnection sometimes when we have these conversations. That people want to argue about what's fair, what's right, what's wrong. You want to add in morality into business and survival. And the only thing is that when it came to what society is now, we just became more diplomatic about it. But we just became more peaceful and diplomatic and pacific.
So I'm gonna ask you something.
Hold on. We're more sophisticated. But hold on. I hope you still guys understand. We're still wild animals. We're just on a higher playing field, and I don't think people understand that concept. I don't think people they don't want to look at life like that. They ignore to look at life like that. They want to say, no, let's be good. Let's be fair to everyone. This is the mentality people have, and I think this is the dark side of reality that people don't want to accept.
My friend, but
hold on, and did so. You sound well read, and I know you understand where I'm coming from.
Yes, and I want to reply badly to that point because
I
really want to say something. Sure, go ahead. I'm sorry, I have the bad tendency of taking over conversations, but please go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Irby.
All right, I'm gonna show you the wrong side of I cannot blame racism on white people, and I'm gonna say this is where the minorities should took the blame. As a people, some of us, majority of us, have internalized some of the stuff we say about each other. We don't stick together. We do have a crabs in the bucket mentality, where some groups of people, I'm gonna say the Asians, they don't have that crabs in the bucket mentality. Some of them do work together. Some of them do look out for each other, even when they come here in this country, and they build businesses sometimes right in our neighborhoods.
No,
And they have their own.
part of that is because they get
So,
loans.
fellas, yeah, hold on, my bad, Rakim. Bro, I'm about to walk away. I'm about to be listening on my phone though, but I'm gonna walk away for a couple minutes, but I'll still be listening. So y'all keep the conversation going, please. I'll be listening in the back, and when I come back, then we could go back to the video. But trust me, I'm gonna be listening to everything y'all saying. So I want Rakim to go because I wanted to go. Rakim, can you restart what you were saying, please?
Yeah, I was just going to say a lot of them, it's not a coincidence that a lot of these people get loans to open up businesses in our neighborhoods and we can't get any loans. That's not a coincidence. Arabs, the Asians with the beauty supply industries, the Arabs with the gas stations, the Indians with the gas stations. That's not a coincidence that a lot of them are able to do that. And they're not going to white communities, open up no businesses over there.
Yeah, exactly. But 18, yeah, that's redlining. We all know redlining. But you do agree with me that we do have a crabs in the bucket mentality. Some of us.
Yeah, and it was brought on. A lot of it was brought on because, of course, we're acting like we're a group of people that everything's been fair and square with. It's like, okay, slavery stopped, and that was it, and now everything is equal, and y'all just fucked it up yourselves. That's not how that shit happened, bro. Even after slavery was taking place, you had what you call sharecropping, where they literally put people in a position of where they own where they owe money and they can never work it off to get off of the fucking plantations. Then after that, you had 100 years of, then you had fucking 100 years of Jim Crow, terrorism
of an apartheid state. Pretty much, United States set up an apartheid state for 100 years, which then worked as an influence for the apartheid state that was established in South Africa. So the apartheid state, the apartheid nation that was United States post the end of Civil War, was the basis for what was established in South Africa early last century. So what is interesting, and I'm sorry to interrupt you there, my friend, but what Fighter was saying, yes, we can recognize that one of the innate forms of relationship between humans is the origin of conflict. And that origin of conflict usually is the interest of one individual versus the interest of another individual. I want what you want. I want what you have, to give an example. However, one thing that I would consider Fighter would agree on is that as we have seen the dire consequences of enabling said, to use the same word we used earlier, to enable said savagery of the individual, we can then agree that the constructions of social contracts to at least provide alternative ways to resolve conflicts between individuals, aka the rule of law, either common law or normative law or Greco-Roman law, whichever the two are there in that sense, has functioned as a way to at least try to minimize that habit of I want what you have and I will kill you for it type of resolution in the origin of conflict. So we can agree that in order to recognize,
I'm hearing, and now I understand. Okay, now I understand why you used the word savagery earlier.
Yeah,
but now you were being hyperbolic, correct?
At that moment, yeah. Now I'm being more metaphorical.
More okay. So I understand where you come from, but now what is the goal? What is the goal on the system that you believe should be applied on the masses of people?
First,
that everything is equally distributed, because don't you think that for the most part, at some point, people are just gonna have different results?
Okay, so first, let me answer
because we have different habits.
So first, let me answer something real quickly. I believe in absolutely nothing. I have no need of beliefs. But to respond your question, I, as somebody who's from this Western Hemisphere, recognizing the history and the importance of our process of independence, freedom is our most basic tool to then generate a more harmonious way of living amongst ourselves. That means we can recognize that societies are made out of individuals, that those individuals will have conflicting interests, or on some occasions will have binding interests and will have similar interests. Then you'll have the origin of corporations, or you have the origin of businesses or non-profit organizations to fulfill a common goal. That being said, we can also come to terms that this concept of freedom that we developed here in the Western Hemisphere requires constant and systematic obligation of vigilance, referring to the fact that that vigilance is understanding the horrors that happened in the past and that have been unresolved to today. And from that moment, we resolve, we repair, or we repair, or at least we reinstate a balance. Then we can proceed forward into improving and fine-tuning this whole thing we've known as to be independence, sovereignty, self-determination, etc., etc., etc. But right now, we are in a crucial moment of history where we have to turn back and look at the last 600 years of history in the Western Hemisphere and recognize that even though our forefathers who fought and became independent out of the European colonies and pretty much almost destroyed Europe, and I'm happy for that, that they also did not enable that necessity of reparation, because this reparations that we're looking at from all this, as ample as you can understand the concept of reparación, reparation, is that unfortunately that is a debt that not only our founding fathers but also those societies that came after that are still owing us. And it's either our responsibility or the responsibility of the next generations to fix that. Because if we don't fix that, this is still going to go on and on and on, and the status quo is just going to simply blow up on our faces. And that's a reality that we have to face. So if you ask me, what type of system do I consider as to have the best potential to do that which I explained? Without doubt, the Republican constitutional liberal secular structures. Those have the best opportunity. But also, if not done with that obligation of vigilance, can also devolve into what happened with Venezuela, or has happened in Nicaragua, or what happened in Cuba, or even go further, what happened after the first revolution with Robespierre, and then what happened with Napoleon. Revolutions, my friends, have one simple characteristic. Revolutions, when they end, if you're not careful, the tyrant will gain power.
The only thing I've learned about these conversations, and I'm not the most well-read person. There's certain things I know, certain things I got to study a little bit more on. But the more I learn, like the more I've learned with these conversations, a lot of people don't connect the dots well. They don't do a lot of research either. And sometimes I don't do my research, my due diligence that I should. But it's a lot of repetitive patterns that happen. And if you study society, only thing you would see that. Most people would see that. This country takes advantage of individualism. I need you to think as an individual, because as long as you're not thinking as a group, then I can take advantage of that, and I can take advantage of your own thirst to try to, I'll throw you a few dollars here and there, but you better make sure that, no nobody else.
Rakim, in groups, even in groups, did you know that there's hierarchies?
Of course.
Okay. And then maybe the one that person in that group who's at the bottom, don't you feel like he's going to have the sentiments that he's being betrayed and abandoned and mistreated? Don't you think he will have those sentiments?
I don't think so. And here's the reason why I don't.
No. So
so
that's not natural for someone who's at the bottom of any group to feel resentment and like he's not treated fairly. That's not natural.
It's natural under certain circumstances. If I'm
man, all right, okay.
You're not even listening to
me,
bro.
This is a psychological. No.
I understand psychology better than anybody.
We're talking about psychology now. We're talking about human psychology now.
It's so many things that you not even adding into that, bro. First and foremost, he's going to feel that way if I'm mistreating him and abusing my power. If I'm abusing my power and I'm making sure that all of the resources are stuck to me, and you have no opportunity and you have no way of building yourself up, then yeah, he's going to feel that I am I'm taken away from him, and he's at the bottom and he has nowhere else.
No. I was just speaking in any group. I was speaking, but no. But why is it that anyone that's above him is necessarily depriving him? Why do you automatically run to that conclusion? Just because someone is above you in any group, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're depriving you from anything.
Well, here's the thing: if there's laws in place and it's underhanded practices that are going on, that has been proven.
See now,
no. I'm talking about with anybody.
But now you just dig it. Now you just dig like you just.
No. I'm just saying that with anybody, any type of hierarchy, if that is going on, those people are going to feel that they are deprived, and then those people, and then if they don't have anything, those people are not. They don't have anything to lose, and then if they don't have nothing to lose, you're going to see rebellion.
Yeah, but this rebellion, but for every rebel that has succeeded, there's a million that have lost. So don't.
What are you talking about? Like you mean like
no, because you in your mind you think that the martyr minded are just automatic gods of war.
No, like, I'm not saying that.
Because
I'm not saying that at all. You completely misinterpreting what I'm saying. Hold on 1 second, bro. What I'm saying is that if a motherfucker ain't got shit to lose, bro, they don't care whether they live or they die. And as long as they
hold on. And if they ain't got shit, maybe they should focus on what they're doing wrong, right? Because let me tell you something, bro.
But what if he's not doing anything wrong and he's being
how can we calculate that? How do we know that?
Everything?
For the most part, I don't know many people that are homeless that they're not addicted to drugs, that they're not traumatized from something, that they didn't go for the prison. Like, do you know the rate? Do you know the rate of shit? I didn't want to take it here, but do you know how many of those people that are homeless that are like on the sex offender list, bro? It's not even funny. Like, and I think you would look at them different if you looked at the numbers. You're like, oh, he on the sex offender list? Oh shit! Like, you might look at them different. You might not care anymore, damn near. Yeah, now it's quiet.
I won't.
Now it's quiet now. See what I'm saying? Like, like this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like a lot of people that are in the horrendous conditions. Not all of them, but many of them. Some of them they've been draw unfortunate hand in life, but a large other large proportion, yo, they've squandered all the opportunities with family, with work. They just weren't responsible in adulthood, and now they're at the bottom, begging for another chance. And it's like, what are we all supposed to have survivor's remorse?
What about the people that I'm not talking about them? But what about the people that do everything right, that bust their ass, work?
Yo, man, yo, it's like,
and they still have nothing.
Rakim, I understand what you're saying, but it's like, fuck. Do you know what I think of it? I'm like, damn. I'm glad it's not me. Like that's all I could think about. And it's like, if it bothers me that much, I'm gonna do something about it. If not, I'm not gonna think about it. Because why would I think about it if I can't do nothing about it? You know, because that's the mentality that a young teenager has. You know, that's the same young liberal that just went to college, right? That never had a struggle in their life, and then they want to find some purpose in their life, and they talking about this and that and disparity and oppression. But guess what? They got some off-white sneakers. They're rocking Supreme with a Kith hat. Nigga, their whole outfit is $3,000, and they talking about this and that, but they fly. They got a nice ass car. They take flights every week. Like I'm saying, like, oh, but you care about the world. But look how you living. I mean, it's just a lot of hypocrisy in what people say.
I don't think that at all.
I'm telling you, bro. You didn't have to wear that polo shirt you got on your picture right now. You didn't have to wear that polo shirt. But when you wearing that polo shirt, because you know that polo shirt means something. It means style. It means I ain't broke. It means, though, look, I'm fly. This costs a little bit of money. It might be a lot, but it's a little bit of money. Steal it.
Hey, motherfucker.
Can I ask?
See. Also, so now you call him a thief. Why you want to call Rakim a thief? Because he's black. As a thief. You think he black? Because he black, he a thief?
Fighter 18.
That was the joke, obviously.
That was a joke. So why did Rakim want to buy that nice shirt?
Because I've been conditioned to think that it was nice.
Because you was conditioned. So your condition will stab me in the neck for $1,000, nigga.
No.
I'm stay away from me, nigga. Stay away from me, nigga. Stay away from me, nigga.
No, I ain't say nothing.
Stay away from me now. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
I ain't say nothing.
I can't trust you no more because you're gonna blame it, nigga. You're gonna be the same nigga in court saying I'm the product of my environment.
No, I never.
You kill somebody. Yeah, Ditso, what's going on, Ditso? Because I'm afraid of this criminal. Ditso, what's up?
Okay, before we delve into
Rakim's criminal, I'm scared.
I wanted to ask both Rakim and you, Fighter.
His name is not Rakim. His name is Rakim.
Rakim? Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right, bro. It's okay. I'll make
sure I'll pronounce it. Is it okay if I call you 18th also?
Yeah, bro. I've been getting called Rakim since I was like.
Oh, come on, Ditso, man. Come on, Ditso.
All right, good. Out of all this conversation both of you were having, one simple question came up to me.
Okay, all right.
Do both of you agree with the 4th of July?
I mean, I just look at it as a holiday for people to go out and eat or barbecue, anything like that. But me personally, I celebrate Juneteenth. I don't really celebrate the 4th.
Okay.
July 4th. I mean, I grew up Jehovah's Witness. I don't care much of any holiday besides my birthday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's rephrase this question. Do you agree that it was a necessity for those 13 colonies under British power and then eventually all the other countries in Latin America to become free of European control?
Yep. And like one thing I've noticed, the parallels between Latin America and the United States is because of all of the Europeans that came over here from their countries, especially Spain and England. They were at the bottom of their countries, which is why they took that voyage to begin with, because they didn't have shit to lose living in their own countries. A lot of them was serfs. A lot of them was, living in those monarchies. They was just at the bottom. So once they acquired the wealth here, they got tired of paying back taxes to the old countries. Like people that came from Spain and everything into Cuba, Mexico, La Hispaniola, they got tired of paying that shit back, man. Because they felt like they did all the work. We deleted all these natives. We didn't maneuver through all of these damn jungles and terrains and with these mosquitoes and whatever else that's in here. We're not going to keep paying them back for that. So that's really
Rakim, are you saying shut the fuck up and fight?
Huh?
Are you saying shut the fuck up and fight? They stop complaining and fight.
So that's
what they did.
I'm gonna tell you something.
They fought. What do you mean they fought?
Hold on. I want to grab this opportunity and say as follows.
Oh man.
Oops. You got
my bad. I'm getting a call. I'm
okay.
gonna mute up. Go ahead.
Sure.
All right. Well, that could be that. Like I could be wrong, but based off.
I see where you're from, but I think that the major and you're not wrong. I mean, in your analysis, you are right. There's that association that happened throughout this whole Western Hemisphere. The reason to that question is that if we can agree that the revolutions that happened here in the last 249 years, 249 to 200 years, I give that time frame because there's a space of 49 years that was that time frame before several other countries in Latin America started becoming independent. So that window of 49 years was United States pretty much alone being independent, and then boom, everything blew up. Why did it take 49 years? For many various reasons, and we can go over them. But, anyhow, the point here is that after all that process and after all this time, we cannot deny that the problems that we have here in the Western Hemisphere have three major bases: the internal ones, the external ones, and the United States. Because if we look at the internal issues of each of the countries, the corruption, the tribal infighting, the establishment of bipartisan models of politics like the PAN and the PRI in Mexico, or the COPEI and the DECOS in Venezuela, Partido Liberación Nacional or National Liberation Party in Costa Rica, and the unity of social Christians, etc. After all that, not only had we had to deal with our internal issues, just like the United States had to deal with pretty much within 90 years of their own independence, a civil war, where the new states that had become part of this whole thing, like Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Louisiana, etc., that came after those 13 original colonies became independent, they wanted to separate because they wanted to keep slaves. That was the end goal of those traders. Those traders lost, and then somehow they were pretty much automatically forgiven. And from that point on, 100 years, an apartheid nation was set up, where segregation and a continuing system of laws and practices that pretty much said, yeah, we the black people are free from being slavery, but they're still not equal to us as citizens. That happened in the United States. If I go into Latin America, I could go country by country, giving you examples how segregation worked here, how racism worked here, and how somewhat it was taking example of what was happening in the United States.
Oh yeah.
What I'm trying to say with all this explanation is that we can't have these conversations unless we have.
We're going to be honest about it.
Exactly.
We're going to be honest about it.
Not only honest, but we also can handle the understanding of that history of that of those aspects. And there's no doubt that in the United States, the white man, especially the Eurocentric man, because there's no doubt that there's many people in the United States that they want to be European badly. They want to be considered European.
Man, more than you hit the nail on the head, world.
More than United States citizens. They just want to be European. Not everybody, but there's a big quantity, a big chunk of them that has been their history family for the past 249 years. So recognizing those things, then we can start having the conversations of, for example, what has been the advantages and problems faced by the implementation of civil rights in the United States in the last 64 years, well, 60 odd years. Have the implementation of those civil rights been able to eradicate the prior Jim Crow laws and that apartheid nation that was established and that then originated 100 years afterwards, those movements of fighting for the civil rights? So
let me like, for instance, even a perfect example of that, right? When you was talking about civil rights, Black people been fighting since we've been here. You know what I'm saying? We've been fighting. See, a lot of people forget that we've been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. This ain't nothing new. We saw the American dream when it was built. We seeing the American dream as it's dissipated. And if anybody remember too, when they like when the Native Americans was here, what did they say about the Native Americans? They were savages, that these people were they was incapable of having a society, like different things like that. And they since decipated most of the Native Americans to the point there's only 2 million left. Now you have people talking about, oh, my Native American heritage, and you know, I got Native American in my background, one of my relatives from this reservation. But when they was considered a threat, none of these positive views was put on Native American people. For instance, to what you were just saying with civil rights, when Black people was fighting to get when Black people was fighting to get education, decent education, or they integrate the schools, what did they do? They gave Black people the public schools, then turn around and created other schools for white people and made them private schools. It is a reason why that's why we have private schools to this day. It is a reason privately funded schools. It is a reason why education is so expensive. Other groups can afford it and certain groups can't. So civil rights ain't really do much in anything. Actually, to be honest, I wonder how everybody would feel.
I mean, the better group is always going to be able to afford.
A lot of people, the ones that's economically more inclined.
Yeah, whoever got the money, they're gonna allow to win.
Yeah, and it's like,
and that's always existed. Like oh, yo, if you got money, yo, you're able to come here. You know
and if that's the case, because Puerto Rican Rum say, okay, question to the panel: what is the end goal? What is it that you want? Well, I'm not really. I know what I want for my people, and I just keep that when I had those conversations with them. But Puerto Rican Rum, like, it's crazy.
So what you want for your people?
Well, I want us to be able to own businesses, have have families.
So they like
be able to have an economic
family members. Like, I feel like you got to start those conversations with your family members, and you got to push that on your family members. And that gotta be your everything. Like, if you really want to change, man, yo, you gotta start with your family members. And that's the only way it's gonna be real change. Like, you gotta start with your family members, man.
Let me answer.
Rakim, real talk, bro. I'm not, I love fitness and health, and I'm gonna start pushing this online. But what I look like talking about that, and I ain't pushing my family members for that.
How you know I'm not doing that?
I look like a clown.
How you know I'm not doing any of that?
No, I didn't say you're not.
Because let me ask Puerto Rican Rum a question real quick.
Go ahead,
he said, what's the end goal? What is it that you want? And like it's so many people. Like that's the thing that gets me with Puerto Rican rum. Right now, your island is being gentrified. Puerto Rican rum. A lot of Puerto Ricans can't even live.
Rakim, you know it's been gentrified, bro.
Yeah, no, it's even getting worse. They're literally buying up beaches and exiling the Puerto Ricans from their own beaches. You got politicians in Puerto Rico right now selling the people out to senators and everything in DC. Like, so when people sit there and act like this is just like, oh, Black Americans are that's going on all over, bro. It's more Puerto Ricans in the States than it is on the island right now, or close to it. Next thing you know, you're gonna have white people walking around Puerto Rico saying that, you know, hey, I'm just as Puerto Rican as the native Puerto Ricans that's been here for the last 200 to 300 years. They're literally taking up a lot of the resources on the island. Same thing over in Hispaniola. A lot of the resources that are owned in Hispaniola, especially on the Dominican side, are owned by the Europeans. And the Dominicans are barely eating. And the same thing can be said about what do? They import Haitians over for cheap labor so they don't have to pay the Dominicans the wages that they deserve in order to be able to live decently to work over there. And who those people, they take they
I wouldn't say they import them. I would say
well, they letting them come over.
No. I wouldn't say they let them. I just say Haitians. Oh shit! Damn, my shit. Damn. Oh, I hate when it does this shit, yo. This is why. That's the only thing bad about this fucking iMac, man.
Oh, man, I ain't got an iMac. You got an iMac?
Yeah, hell yeah, got an iMac. Immigrant working hard. Yo, listen. So that's the thing, right? People assume that the only reason like Haitians over there is because they import them. Like what they went?
No.
They went to Haiti and they got a big Greyhound and no, that's not how it works.
No,
Haitians go into the country because it's a better life, and then the Haitians that are there already, then they get picked to work. Like, you know, it's not like they go get them. Right, like you know, like that the white man that owns a landscaping company, he makes over 6 figures. You know what I mean? He's gonna go around the corner from Home Depot and pick up 3 Mexicans to work on the yard for the day. Right? He's gonna pay them $1.50 each that day because they're gonna bust their ass. You know, it's not like he snuck them over the border. They got there, and then he just gonna go pick them up. You know, like that's on a simplistic level.
So
that's on a simplistic level. So I just feel like you know what's funny, like I just feel like if it would have been the other way around, if you put everything in the reverse, the losing team always is gonna be clamoring.
But the funny thing about the situation,
and I'm sorry that I talk like this, but I just feel like I remember there was a movie, man. I think I forgot. Was it Whoopi Goldberg in it? There was a movie where everything was reversed. Like black people were the one that enslaved white people. And it would just be the same shit. Like nothing would be different. It'd just be the same shit.
Then why do people complain about anything then? I mean, because
Rakim.
Let me ask you a quick question. Hold on.
Rakim, that's my point, Rakim.
How do you think this country would look? How do you think this country would look if black people never fought for anything here?
I mean, I don't know how much different it would look, bro.
It will be a lot different.
I don't know how much different it would look.
You would literally
because America, you know why? You listen. You know why America opened up this border saying crazy? It needed work. It needed manpower. It needed hands. It needed people. It needed something to feed the machine.
That's because they destroyed the people. They fucked over the people. The machine fucked over the people.
Yeah, okay. Rakim, before the white man came here, you know, like this place wasn't really populated like that. You know that, right?
It was millions of Native Americans.
It was millions. Hold on. It was millions.
The low estimates of what population there was in this continent pre-arrival of Europeans was the low estimate 60 to 70 million people. all from Tierra del Fuego all the way to Canada plus the Caribbean. The high estimates are anywhere between 200 and 250 million people. Yes, we cannot know for certain.
That's nothing compared to what's now, bro.
Bro, as big as Hispaniola was, you know how many Tainos was on that island before they got there?
Bro, there's way more people now.
The mission was anywhere between 2.5 million to 5 million Tainos in the different areas of the Caribbean. But and interesting on this, do you know what is the current today's population between Canada all the way to Tierra del Fuego plus the Caribbean? Do you know how many people were living here?
How many, brother?
960 million. We're almost at 1 billion people living here. Just Latin America, between 33 nations, doubles the population of the United States. The borders are not open. The conditions of irregular migration that are happening and that have been aggravated are because of one tenant has to do with the war on drugs and the impact of war on drugs, especially in indigenous and Afro-descendancy communities in Latin America. The war on drugs for the past 60 years have fueled and aggravated the migration of people towards the United States. Now we see also the involvement of Africans in China and Chinese coming all the way to the Darien and then moving up. That also has an influence of the impacts of the war on drugs in their areas of Africa and as well as Asia. And the other two major pillars that mobilize people in such an irregular way has to do with political social conditions, just like what has happened to Venezuela, just what has happened to Nicaragua, what happened to China, etc. And also adding to that political social conditions that are not only fueled by political crises, but also because of the influence and impact of the war on drugs. Then you have a third aspect, which is the economic one that also intersects into those other two pillars I spoke about. The point being here is that the American dream has never been exclusive to the United States. The American dream was, and it still is, this idea that began because of the processes of independence. And number two, we have to acknowledge, and I'm going to answer the two questions. What is the end goal? Well, the end goal is to continue being independent and free and sovereign. But how do we do that when the conditions that we may be suffering internally are aggravated by the exploitation of racism, xenophobia, and we police the world, Monroe Doctrine, Destiny Manifest type of foreign policy from the United States. What do we want? Simple. We want accountability.
Hey, Ditto, not to interrupt you real quick, bro. I just wanted to Puerto Rican rum, Sam. I'm going to be honest. I find the history talks kind of pointless. My concern is how can my people do better now and tomorrow, and what can we do better now? It's the history talks are pointless. Puerto Rican rum to people that really don't want to know or really don't care to know, and unfortunately, your people, especially on the island, are doing worse than they've ever done prior.
There's the old saying, my friend Boricua, mi querido Boricua, those who do not know their history will be condemned to repeat it.
To repeat it, yeah.
Unfortunately, knowing history and knowing the intricacies of history, let us know how the hell we ended up where we are right now. We can't just make a simple analysis of where we're right now without looking into history. Because if we do that, we are letting those who want to control us.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. All right. So right now, blacks and Hispanics are the brokest in America. How can we change that? How can we change? So do we try to convince our proclaimed enemies or purported enemies to help us, or do we find an alleyway to circumvent the issue?
Look, there are three simple, direct ways. Number one, learn from the lessons of those civil activists that changed the reality of the apartheid nation that was happening 60 some odd years ago. And that would mean being able to have a political savviness and hopefully being able to destroy and mutate and evolve the bipartisan system into a multi-party system of the United States, be able to position better representatives, etc. That is one way. The other way is pick up your arms and start killing all the fucking white people and destroy everything that was established in the last 249 years. Cross your fingers that you ain't got. And I'm being hyperbolic here, but the reason.
I mean, that's, because I'm just saying is like, no matter what, there's always gonna be a group at the bottom, and they're always gonna make a great argument to why they shouldn't be there. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, you do know, it's gonna be.
Wait. Do you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like, no matter what, there's always gonna be a group that's gonna be at the bottom, no matter what.
Because here's the thing, like,
there's always gonna be somebody at the bottom, and they're gonna say, "Man, I'm getting a night. I'm living good, but there's people that's living better than me, and I think I should be living better. So I think it's unfair. I think
you're talking individuals or groups. Are you talking individuals or group? Because it won't be just a group, a whole entire group at the bottom. It will be individuals from probably different groups at the bottom.
No. It will always be groups. Because people tend to, because groups tend to, they have this tenacity. They have a culture. They seem to behave similarly.
Well,
do you agree? Do you agree? Yes or no?
If you're talking about discrimination, yes.
No. We're not talking about discrimination. We're speaking about productivity and performance.
Oh, but that's what that is. But then you have to remember too. You know what
plays a big part? Demographics, right? Because then you're gonna say, why is it that at an astronomical amount, why is it that so many politicians in Upper Manhattan that are Dominican? You're gonna say, yo, this is crazy. Why is there so many? And then you say, oh shit, the population.
No, discrimination.
So the reason why there's why there's so many Dominicans in Uptown Manhattan that happen to be Dominican is because, and police officers, is because of discrimination, not because of the amount of people that live there that are Dominican.
They chose to make that neighborhood their own.
So that's discrimination.
Yes, because you're discriminating.
All right.
It's
discrimination. All
right. Groups tend to like their own. That's discrimination.
I have a quick question for you. Would you feel the same way in regards of those who are left in the bottom, in regards of those who lost the Civil War? I mean, if we look at it, those who had slaves and were part of the Confederate States lost, and they became the bottom. The slave owners, etc. Yeah, some of them tried to get reparations, tried to get paid because I'm losing economically. But
actually, they did get slave owners.
Yeah, I know. I know. Since some people are getting tired of the history lesson, I was just, trying to close it over. But yes, I know.
Hey, did so? What's your name? Did so?
Yeah.
Look, one thing.
I mean, do you know why they got reparations?
Yeah, because of the loss of property. Which
no. Oh, sorry. People don't pay over. Don't pay things over because they have this moral obligation. They pay over to avoid any more prolonged conflict. You get what I'm saying?
Look, then you agree that
did so. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Then you agree that those were not at the bottom. they received the compensation which lifted them from that so-called bottom. Hell, if I would have been a president of the United States at that moment, let me give you this perspective.
Hold on. We can make the argument that the North is way more productive than the South.
Yes, that's because the South only had slavery and other things that was their economics.
While up north they were involved in different things, right? They were invested in different things, right?
Yeah, they was investing in certain things. Yeah.
By the time the Civil War happened, we saw that slowly the North was actually more concentrated into the development of technologies and development of steel, etc. All those type of pre-industrial revolution.
Right. It favored the future.
The South did not catch up economically. They fucked up. What do you want?
Both white people. Okay.
At that time, yeah, both white people and both. I mean, one had a more visionary aspect of economic, and the other one's fucked up.
Hey, did so. Let me just say this real quick, bro, because I appreciate you're well read and everything, and I appreciate your knowledge on a lot of stuff. But here's how we're gonna. Here's how we. Most people don't care. Most people don't even read. They just. That's how people are able to easily be controlled. They can't put two and two together, or they don't care because an internal belief that they have may restrict them from actually opening up their mind to, to see facts in certain things. So that's how people are going to be easily controlled. But what's going to happen in the future, because right now, like with my folks, Black Americans, our numbers are stagnant, and more than likely within the next 200 years or so, it's a possibility we might die out, and other groups of people are going to replace that system, predominantly Hispanics, with them being a larger group. Somebody's going to have to replace these prison systems. Somebody's going to have to replace the whole crime thing, because the United States makes money off of all of those things. Somebody's going to have to replace the labor, all of that other stuff. So that's what I see going on. And then down the line, probably maybe 60, 70 years from now, you're going to see the economic disparities and the what's going on. And you're going to have people of Hispanic descent that's going to be regurgitating the same sentiments as Black Americans' talking points. That's it.
And there's gonna be people from that group that are saying, I don't know what y'all talking about. Bet your ass and you're gonna be winning.
Yeah, because it's going to be certain Hispanics is going to sell out other Hispanics to make sure that they.
No, because you don't have to sell people out to win.
No, you don't have to, but it's a lot. It's going to be people that are going to do that.
Your mentality. Your mentality is I want to win, but if I'm not winning, then I hate that. That's crazy to look at life like that. You're like that. People, they're winning because they cheated. Like that's how you look at everything.
No, I'm not saying everybody, but it's a lot of people. No, listen. It's a lot of people that cheat and turn around and lie to everybody else and say they bust their ass to get there. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying that people don't work hard, bro.
Most people
it's
don't.
People that work hard, but it's a lot of people that got a leg up that had the connections that people.
Are you jealous? Are you jealous?
No, I don't care. But you're not gonna sit here and try to piss on my head and tell me that it's rain when I know better. I know you,
bro. So what are we talking about, bro? Everybody get their turn. Like just accept your position, or accept your people's position, accept your people's position.
If Black people accepted that position, would nobody be here? Y'all wouldn't even want it to come here, bro. Truth be told.
Black people changed the black. So Black people changed America.
Yes, they did. We've been changing America, from our inventions to our culture to our music, all the way up to civil rights, bro. We've been changing America.
Word.
When nobody else want to be, you can ask the Chinese about the Chinese Exclusion Act.
United States.
Because
America.
No.
The changes of America.
The number one. Hold on. In the early 1900s, the largest immigration group that came in were Asians, and it were Asians that fought for that.
No.
Yes. In the early 1900s, it was the largest immigrant group were Asians.
So you're saying that, okay, so yeah, because they were being imported to do the railroads, and a majority of them didn't even do that, and they was a small number at that time. They wasn't a large number of people.
I think he's right. I think there was a large number of people because they entered the military to get citizenship.
No, what I mean is that they wasn't like 10 million, 15 million, and nothing like that. At that particular point, Black Americans was still the largest group here, and we was only like 9 million or 10 million in this country at that time. So it wasn't a huge number of Asians, and a lot of them worked in Black areas and opened up businesses in Black areas, even in the Delta in Mississippi, because they was completely discriminated against. Them white people ain't want shit to do with them Asians.
Rakim, why did you say you don't know nothing about that?
What? Know nothing about what?
No, I'm sorry. I said Roy Chess.
Because they entered the military. Like I said, they entered the military. A lot of them entered the military to gain American citizenship. That was one way to gain American citizenship. You didn't have to be born here, right? Still, you don't have to be born here to be an American citizen. You could be born somewhere else and still be an American citizen.
Let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this. Only a person that's weak and don't stand up for nothing will accept they play. If a motherfucker look at you as the gum on the bottom of their shoe and you accept that, then that's your
Rakim, who looks at you like that?
Like, what you talking about? Like, the history of this whole fucking country show that they used to have a law saying Black people was 3/4 of a fucking human being.
Who's they?
What you talking about? The government of the United States.
But right now, does the government look at you like that?
Yes, they don't change their thought process, bro. It's just it's been fucking 60 years.
But you know, do you know the government?
It's been 60 years.
Yeah. But the government, but the government is not this one person that lives forever. It's like people that.
It's only been 60 years since Black people have even had equal rights in this fucking country, bro. Or supposedly.
All right. So what are we supposed to do about it?
I'm not expecting none of y'all to do anything.
All right. Then we supposed to keep just living and just. And grow up on that, like work off that, like I mean, like get up off that, like act like it didn't exist and work up off that, right? Because there's a bunch of white people. Wait, hold on. Because there's a bunch of white people that don't even own a house in America, and you do. You own a house and a car, and you got a job. So like, what the fuck are you complaining about, Rakim? Rakim, like this is what kills me about you, Rakim. You a Black man in America. You came up from the inner city, and you doing better than the average white guy, or you doing just as good as the average white guy. So that's what's killing me. That's what's killing me.
I have to fight.
That's the front.
Rakim, and Rakim thinks that every white man got life on easy mode. Like,
no, I never said that.
Most of them do have family on easy mode.
Like they got white skin. Like nigga, you know how many other people got white skin? Like,
most of them do have
white
family
skin is not a
on easy
default in America, bro. Like it's like, oh, I got white skin, yo, I'm up. Like nigga, no, that's not how it works.
So wait.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
So you telling me to just let me ask you a quick question. So you telling me to just forget a lot of the history, forget all of the bogus ass laws, the fucking crack cocaine epidemic that fucked my family over, that made a situation, a living circumstances for me very difficult. All of the things, the discrimination, the microaggressions that you deal with when you have to deal with these people in public, the fact that you may be discriminated against because of your name, the fact that when you do an appraisal on a household and they try to lowball you and give you possibly almost $100,000 less for your house than they'll give a white person, all of this other shit, I should just forget about that, right? Forget about my history and everything, even though I've been in this country, my people been here since this inception. We was here before it was even a fucking America. Just forget about all of that. When I will forget about that the day when Dominicans no longer fly Dominican flags, Puerto Ricans no longer fly Puerto Rican flags, when everybody else forget about their history. That's the day I forget.
You know why Dominicans fly Dominican flags? Because they're here in a foreign country.
But they're still American.
No. Because at that point, you should be flying American flags.
Okay.
Because we
hold on.
But I mean, if you don't, why should we?
I do fly one. What are you talking about?
You don't.
Let me
You
just
don't celebrate July 4th. But you celebrate Juneteenth and you're lying. You didn't celebrate June. Nigga, what you were like the past 2 summers? You haven't been celebrating Juneteenth for the past
Nigga,
10 years.
Black Americans have been celebrating Juneteenth before.
No. We're talking about you, nigga. We're talking about
It came
you.
from us.
We're talking about you.
My family barbecues on Juneteenth. They've been
We're talking
barbecuing.
about you for the past 10 years.
Oh my God. And
yeah, we talking about you.
wait, hold up.
Yeah,
and the only reason I say that, right? And I
we
don't
talking
say
about
that.
you.
No. Listen, I don't say that like even when I say like Dominicans and people in the Caribbean, that's because it's a strong, rich history there that makes the people what they are. You would be a fool to fucking forget that. That's why people fly the flag of the Dominican Republic. That's why people fly the flag of Puerto Rico.
Of course, I'm not telling you. Listen, bro. I'm not telling you, bro. I am not telling you to forget your heritage. I'll be stupid. I'll be a dummy to tell you to forget your own heritage. Of course, I'm not. How can I say that? Not American heritage. Your Black American heritage. I would be asinine because if I was you, I'd be bragging about being FBA all day. Well, all I'm saying is, the June. Roychester, what's going on? Roychester, what's going on? I'm saying the June. I'm talking about Juneteenth. You just started celebrating that. You ain't. That's not something you've been doing ever since you were 12 years old. You started that 2 years ago during COVID. Like, stop, bro.
No, I didn't start that. Oh my God, man.
Yeah. Look, you're blushing. Like you blushing like a girl. You know when a girl. No. Rakim. You know when
I've been going to Juneteenth celebrations since I was 13 years old.
Rakim, you know when you about to smash a chick, a little chick you've been trying to smash forever, and she'd be like, "Oh my God, I don't even be doing this." Like, and she like lowering her panties. Like that's how you acting right now. Like you got caught out, B. Like you got caught out.
No, that's not true. I've been going.
Caught out.
I've been going.
Hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
Bro, I've been going over on.
Shout out to Rakim Singleton for the donation, man.
Everybody can eat.
Man, Singleton is not.
I ain't want nobody to know my fucking government name, man.
Oh, I forgot about that. My fault. Again, now you was on the cash app, man.
Oh shit! I gotta change that.
No, you gotta leave it there. You know, my bad, my fault. Okay.
I've been going over on 54th and Union in Motown since I was a shorty, man, celebrating Juneteenth. My peoples would get all of the fireworks from Indiana, barbecue, and we'll celebrate it, as well as the 4th of July. But Juneteenth was before that. But when I look at the 4th of July, if I was back then at that time in 1776, I was still being changed when they gained their independence. Because one shit free for me.
Actually, the United States did not obtain its independence on 4th of July 1776 or 1176. It actually took 8 years, and independence was a reality on 11/7/83 or 1783. And your constitution became ratified on 11/7/84. That celebration of 4th of July is a colloquial celebration per se. I always say it like this. It's like the celebration of the Dominicans celebrating an independence of Haiti, but that one has more weight. However, celebrating the 4th of July is like celebrating the kickoff and saying my team won. Sorry, I had to do it.
No, it's all good, bro. But yeah, that's pretty much.
Look, you did mention a couple of things, and I do appreciate. Look, I know it's hard to talk to me because I am an intellectual. I've dedicated my life to study. That's been the influence of my father, who passed away a few years back, as well as the influence of my mama. My mama was very intellectual, so I became intellectual. And yeah, I have a tendency of being extremely extremely. I like to demystify preconcepts that are unequivocally wrong. However, you did mention something that I think it's important that we give it a bit of a conversation. Could you please bring up the screen I'm sharing?
Got you, man. Oh yeah.
Pew Research facts about
and real
US.
quick, shout out to Rakim.
Everybody can eat.
Yeah, I'll play his song shortly. After the snippet, yo, shout out to the 20 people in the building. Hit the like button. Hit that Cash App super chat. Let me drop the link. That way, if anyone else wants to join the panel to question me, to question Rakim, to question my guy Ditso or Roy Chess, it doesn't matter, after this, we're gonna play Rakim's song, and after that, we're gonna get right, back to the video. But go ahead, Ditso. I want you to please tell us what you provided us here with.
Rakim.
It's all good, man. Either or. You can.
Okay. Thank you. I want to address you correctly. Rakim was saying, okay, the Latin American population is going to overtake the Black population in the United States. However, there are several points that need to be addressed. For example, this is the Pew Research Center, and I'll put the link also on the internal chat so it can be shared. And I quote, "The Black population of the United States is growing, and 2 years ago, there was an estimated 47.9 million people who self-identified as Black, making up 14.4% of the country's population. This marks a 32% increase since 24 years ago, when there were 36.2 million Black people living in the United States. Heading towards this population growth, I think that this here 2 years ago there was 5.1 million foreign-born Black Americans. Mostly, I would argue that mostly of those are Caribbeans, Central Americans, or South Americans at most. And then yes, you have the influence of Africans coming in, or of any other area of the world. However, that's about 11% of the U.S. Black population of the total 47.9 million. This is an increase from 24 years ago when it was 2.4 million. So it had an increase of about 4% from the 7% that was 24 years ago. Now, what's interesting on this is that we're still seeing the tendency of growth of the Black population, and this is something that is extremely important, which is age structure. The U.S. Black population is young. The median age of Black people in 22 was 32.1 years, nearly 6 years younger than the U.S. population median age of 38.0. Roughly 30% of the entire Black population was below the age of 20, while 12% were 65 or older. Now, the question on this sense would be, what is the birth rate in birth in adults able to provide to give birth in that sense? If you give me a moment, I did have it right here. Hold on, I stopped sharing it by mistake. It was a little bit on the bottom. So that same Pew document, which I'm resharing again, is telling us that the birth rate, fertility in the past year, the general fertility rate among Black females aged 15 to 44 was 6.1 in 22, meaning that 6.1 of females in this age group had a birth in the previous 12 months. The vast majority, 96% of the Black population as of 22, either speaks only English. Well, at that point, so one could say that currently the birth rate of Black Americans, especially a monoparental, two parents who are descendants of slaves, in that sense, is at 1.8, reaching close to 2.0, which would be the magic number. So to suggest that the Latin Americans who are arriving or who have been in the United States for a long time are overtaking the black population, also taking into account that some of that Latin American population is also part of descendancy of slavery, either from the Caribbean, Central America, Mexico, or South America, it's an awkward conversation because we would have to recognize that blackness is in this Western Hemisphere is far more ample than.
Let me explain something.
Yeah. Because in that conversation, they would add me as black.
Yeah, I mean, you are black man.
I recognize that, but in that conversation in America, I'm I'm Hispanic, but I'm a black man, so it would work ambiguously.
Can I say just once? Can I say just once? Can I say just once? One more. Me cago en el término hispano. I shake myself in the term Hispanic. I hate it. I loathe it with such.
I don't. Listen, that's so. I understand you don't like it, but I just utilize it because people know what I'm talking about. People know what I'm saying when I say that. Hispanic. That's it. It derives from Spain. Like bro, I don't know what to tell you. And then I say Dominican. If I say Dominican, am I supposed to hate the word Dominican? Because Dominican derives from Spain. It derives. It derives from the Catholic, the clergy. Right,
the clerics, the
clerics, right? Yeah. So it's am I supposed to hate depict and every term that exists? No.
Venezuela means little Venice. Colombia means land of Columbus. And then Venezuela. However, the difference of accepting, yes, those terms came from there, but now signify something else, versus the term of Hispanic that it has always meant the same thing, no matter if you're in the United States or Latin America. It's worlds apart, and there's a justification, epistemological, ontological, as to why there's that difference between those two terms. But I get where you're coming from. I have to express it. It's my duty as a Latin American.
It's your duty, man. But I'm still Hispanic, man. And if anything, it is what it is. And I think that word is gonna keep the history alive, and then hopefully that word is attached to the history, and the history would inspire someone to maybe change it.
Yeah, and also
maybe in
and it will be changed.
Maybe in 90 years, maybe a Dominican is gonna conquer Spain and pillage them and violate the women.
That would be retribution, my friend.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but.
And did so even though I use the term black, I'm not really a black person, man. I'm of Native American ancestry. I'm an original native of this country. My people descend from Choctaw and Cherokee, and I'm one of the originals. Those images that they put of Native Americans, those are not the real Native Americans. The Native Americans.
If you see me, man, look, I'm gonna put the camera on real quickly. If you see me, I'm a combination of.
I'm fucking with you, bro.
No, but what you said, it happens to me. I am a combination of Afro-Indigenous. My people are those descendants of slaves that were deposited in Costa Rica that were deposited in the Talamanca region and Atlantic Coast area that was home of the Bribri, and some of them had mixture with the Bribri. So I am mixed with those.
Shout out to you, bro. Shout out, because I was just joking because it's this dude that's an idiot on here named Dan Calloway, and
I know I've heard him.
A lot of those people be really thinking that they native, and I don't know if they have some type of self-hate issue or whatever like that, but it's obviously that
they call themselves Indians, and that makes me vomit so hard. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but people like that.
Well, it's
the reason we have to talk of history, because they're so ignorant and they're manipulative in regards to history that they become charlatans who sell snake oil.
Absolutely, bro. Because even when I look at myself, man, it may be some admixture in there, but it's obviously that I'm predominantly African, particularly West African. With features as far as my head shape, my nose, my lips. It's obvious that I descend from West Africa. It may be some European in there, and that's it, bro. But I just do that to joke on those dudes. I think Fighter did a stream on them a while ago before, but yeah.
Oh, they've kicked me out of the stream so many times I've lost count. They can't argue me. So they get mad and they start insulting and they just drop me off their chat.
They can't tell you the history of the tribe. They can't tell you what was the language that they spoke, where their territory might have been before the Trail of Tears. They can't tell you none of that, bro.
None of it.
They just be sitting there. They just be sitting there, listening to Dan Calloway,
And when I asked them, are the indigenous of Costa Rica, Panama, Jamaica, etc., of all this Western Hemisphere also Native Americans, they tell me no, they're not. The only valid natives are the ones, or the only valid Indians are the ones of the United States. Which really
I've asked them too. I'm like, so if it was black people that was the natives here, then that would go the same for the Caribbean islands and the Tainos, right? That would go the same for the people in South America, right? That would go the same for the people in Canada, right? That would be the same for the people in Alaska and in Hawaii and all of that. All of those people, they were all black people, the black looking and they can never give me an answer because they don't know shit outside of what Dan Calloway told them about the states. And the funny thing is, some people are so stupid, bro, they don't even realize that, the people that inhabited the Caribbean islands in South America and Canada are natives too, right? But,
Pretty much. Yeah, I know exactly, man. I tell you. But, yeah. What's the thing about talking with me, man? Especially my friends tell me one thing. They hate talking to me in regards about politics and everything because they at the moment something comes up, they just look at me and say, "Are you going to correct this? Are we completely wrong on this type of information?" And most of the time, I'm going to come out and say, "Yes, you're completely wrong." And then I bring up my source and start saying, "This is why you're wrong." And my friends hate me because of that. So imagine with people like that, like this guys and people who call themselves Indian Americans and blah, 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 blah. When I ask them something like, it's so simple. Why do you call yourself Indian if the term Indus originated to refer to people who lived in India or the country that is also known as Farad or Hindustan? Right. Then they can't explain.
All right, fellas. Let me play this song request by Rakim. Yo,
everybody can eat.
Make sure that the 20 people in the building hit the like button, share this live stream, hit the Cash App, song request $5, or if you want to just support the channel, if you want me to drop the links, so you want to come up here and dispute anything anyone said, let me know. I just want to know why Black and Hispanics the brokest in America. Because if anything, I want to repair that for myself. And I want the average to go up. I want just my family to be able to move up. And then that way, we are not at the bottom. Because, hey, man, I'm Hispanic and Black. Shit, today I was asked, what are you, Hispanic or Black? I said, I was confused. I'm like, I'm both. I get some Hispanic.
And damn well people don't know the difference between race and nationality.
Yeah, I was so confused, when they asked me that. I told them I'm both. But, shout out to Rakim for the donation right here. This track is gonna be featuring the DOC and NWA, the grand finale.
So what you think I need to do about it, Dre? I think it's time to let them know who you are. I'm the Diggy Doc, y'all. Pumping the jet, y'all. Go pretty fly, right? It's real. Man, the guitar man dropping the rhythm. We got L.A. Dre on the keyboard. And I want the whole posse in this motherfucker to rock on this funky ass beat we finna drop, alright? So Ice Cube, you the early bird on this motherfucker. Run it. Picture a nigga that's raw. Amplify his ass, and what you see is what's up. Motherfuckers I'll slaughter, blow him out the water. Word to me. Fuck the father, my memory is deadly as a pin in a hand grenade. 5 seconds before you get played, you can't hold me. I'll get you a blow up. Ever see a sucker scattered to make you throw up? Then I take advantage, you can't manage to get up. All you can do is sit up, I get lit up. Hit up Ice Cube, tear shit up like a dude you can bet on. Collide like a head-on collision. Stutter stepping is an incision. Other niggas saying exactly what I vision. Because I'm gone, you think I left you all, but I stand your ass like cholesterol. When I blast, I'm solid as Alcatraz. And if you escape, you better swim fast, cause I'll catch you physically and mentally. And the capital punishment's the penalty. Sit here, electric chair, grab a hold, pull the switch, your body twitch, your eyes explode out your skull. Cause being dull on the floor is an NO. Niggas didn't know that I can go off to show off, to throw off the law. Turn, take 10 spaces and draw. What's left is a motherfucker dead in the alley. Ice Cube is the shit on the grand finale.
Yeah, that was funky, but now we need the motherfucking ruthless villain to speak, so kick it.
The grand finale, yours my turn to bust. So let weak motherfuckers turn to dust. If you're weak, it ain't your fault. You stick a kick in the ass and get turned into a pillow of salt. And niggas that fight me just to taste me. I make the punk motherfuckers buckle up for safety. And those that don't, they come from the flash. And shoot like a bitch when he's caught in a whiplash. Giving them pain cause I'm urgent. Rearrange the motherfucking face like a surgeon.
I never heard this song ever in my life. Ever in my life.
Lyrics labeled with an accent out of G. I said fuck the police joke, so not after me. I'm warning about the law, so I stay low. Representing the pimp while bitches make me my dough. In a different stage, I must have went on a rampage. Me and the doctor always hitting the front page for one. The villain is stepping up to the shelter when I enter the party. Niggas shit on themselves bent for what? Maybe because I'm red. And when they clean up the shit, yo, they do it again. So fuck it. Sit back cool and relax while easy. Busters of facts, kicking the grand finale.
Yeah, y'all know what time it is. Easy motherfucking ease in the house doing damage.
They made it easy for me to come off like the enforcer. Mass murder motherfuckers in the course of an everyday situation where I was stalked by. Fuck a call, I do a motherfucking walk by. Easy E and the D up to the C N. Run house and yo, there be no disagreeing. Cause at the end,
Shout out to the 18 people in the building. Listen, man, my Instagram is Fighter Complex 7. If you want me to talk about any topic, let me know. Just DM me. Make sure to subscribe, share, hit your notification button. Let's get it. NWA.
I don't give a fuck about fame. I'd rather deal with a number than a motherfucking name. Give me pain and then rap. Cause all the other bullshit without money ain't jack. Easy, but not that easy to deal with. Especially if you're popping bullshit, the E-A-Z-Y into the E. Expressing a thought on the motherfucking grand finale.
Yeah, that shit was funky. Last but not least is the motherfucking DOC. This is your album, so that means you definitely gotta get funky, so run it.
Swinging, singing, a brand new rap on a rhythm. Concocted by my homie in the back end. If it makes you giggle, it must be kind of funny, but to me it's kind of cool.
Tell 'em why.
I'm making money, tripping up the man with the swift hand movement. Proving if you're grooving, then it's cool when he be doing it. Taking a second for me to blow your mind, cause I'm the diggy doc, and I would've been down with rock, but I was smart. The D.O. to the C, knowing the formula. It's rough, I mean, it's funky enough for me, and you can never listen. Nothing else to listen. D-O-N-T-M-O-V-E-O without permission, fuck. The D.O. to the C, I'm just better than the normal man, and I'll be down with the sucker can. Never complete with the elite. Much less beat, it's like dancing with two left feet. Never smile when the doc is in the room. Or I'ma send your ass right to the temple of doom. I got raw when I came to Cali. Now I'm winning WA on the motherfucking grand finale.
Yeah, that shit big depth. But right about now, we gotta send a shout out to everybody that helped put this motherfucking project together.
Word them up. Pieces dedicated to the homeboy Easy E,
Ice Cube,
MC Ran,
DJ Yella,
and these all the homies from the gang in WA. I'm saying
LA Dre,
Stan the guitar man,
Donovan,
Michelle A.
DOC.
Hey,
his baby mother is Erykah Badu.
Yeah, Puma is his daughter.
Yeah, her fine ass.
Yeah, that's his daughter. Yeah,
her fine ass. Shit, what?
She like 22. He was cold, man, before that accident. That accident fucked him.
Yeah, fucked up he got a wild deep throat. Yeah, I mean, deep voice. Yeah. Fucked up his throat, like right, like it punctured his throat or something, right? Or
he fucked he had a surgery and it ended up fucking up his vocal cords.
His money maker.
Yeah, he fell into deep depression behind that.
I mean, think about it, bro. I mean, that's your natural God-given talent, and it's taken away, man. I mean, that's what made him famous. You know what I mean? His voice.
Yeah, actually, because he was the one. He was going to be the main artist on Death Row when they started, but after that happened, he just became like a writer. He just helped contribute to songs and shit. So he couldn't spit in his normal voice. So He fell into deep depression with alcohol and a lot of shit. But yeah, he got over that. But yeah, he was the truth. That's why you'll hear people say his first album, he was gonna be the truth. But then that happened.
Yeah, I mean, even before I was like even aware of who he was, I remember what was that? The first song, dun 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 dun, right? What
You
didn't
talking about that? Yeah. Let me see. Funky. Yeah.
John took that beat. Dun,
Yeah.
dun, yeah, DOC. He was that dude, and I'm like, yo, when I first heard that was one of his first tracks and all that, I'm like, why didn't we not hear from this dude ever again? And then it makes sense, you know.
And he originally wasn't from LA. He was from Dallas.
Texas.
Yeah, he's from Dallas.
From more like where Erykah Badu from.
Mhm.
What's this nigga name? Damn, I forgot what I was about to say, bro. Oh, he remind me of Grant Hill.
Oh man,
he remind me of Grant Hill. He just remind me of somebody that was great, and then just injury took him out before he could really do his thing. You know?
No, fuck Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway was the truth, and that shit happened to him. But like I would just say, to add to what I was saying earlier, no, we all have to keep working. We all have to keep striving and doing everything that we can. I'm just talking about the economic disparity.
Let's be real. You know, I do like to play devil's advocate. You know,
I know that.
So like, you know, if somebody comes on the extreme other side, like I'm gonna come. Oh, what about this? Well, I mean, you know, I'm always gonna want, because I want there to be some.
You've always been like to cause line of conversation.
You're right, because I just wanted to be interesting, because I want to, like, you know, with Rakim, when you say certain things, or Ditso or Roy Chess, when y'all say certain things, I come to an understanding, like, damn, like they made a good point. You know what I mean? Like, let me.
You know what's funny?
Let me explore that.
We might disagree over here.
Yeah.
One thing I ain't never got to worry about is getting kicked off the channel over here. I done been kicked off of Venus channel plenty of times.
Oh, yeah. See, that's Rakim, and that's what I want you to understand. That here we treat everyone equally, right? So if I feel like you come up here and you on the extreme, and anyone, I'm gonna battle that. Like, damn, why do you think like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh damn, or why do you think black people just complaining all day and then they never had nothing happen to them? All right, we can make an argument, nigga. What about these pictures in the 1900s, in the 50s and 60s and 70s? What about that? You know what I'm saying? So I could always make an argument. So that's
the reason why I think the way that I think is because I grew up in a very dire situation. I didn't know why things were the way that they were.
Your experience is different because you come from the Midwest, right? And you're Black American from the Midwest. That Chicago is a black hub, right? And you know, we all know that, and anyone that's from especially a major city like St. Louis, Chicago, whatever, you know, they come directly from the South. Like we know that y'all basically, that's all y'all cousins. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's y'all cousins. I mean, so there's definitely that elaborate connection there. You know, so
and that was the thing. Like, it was, you know, you can find a video online right now, Martin Luther King, when he came here, and he said that he never seen anything as volatile and aggressive as the white mobs in Chicago, not even in the South, because we had a strong, like, we didn't have segregation here, but you knew where to go and where not to go, and a lot of that even extended into the 70s, the 80s. Hell, even the Boricuas, the Puerto Ricans had race riots on the north side fighting against the whites. You can look that up.
I mean, if you want to talk about gangster, tough white boys, man, it's a sign that's more modern. Go to Boston.
You
go to Boston. Them white boys, they in the projects. They in the jails heavy and not for just.
And it used to be a lot of them like that. Even back in the day, it was more of them like that than what it is now. But
now is, you know, it's reduced, but there was a lot of gang, like 90s, 2000s. Them Italians, Irish, they were over there. They were heavy, you know. But let's continue, man, because I just want to finish this video out, and then then we could kind of close out the show because we've been here almost 4 hours, 3.5 hours. So make sure everyone hit the like button. I'm gonna drop the link to see if anyone else want to say anything after this. If he wants to say anything, I want Roy Chess to speak a little bit more, or I want Disso to add anything. So let me play a little bit more of the video, and then we could summarize it.
Back in 19th century Bohemia, where the Germans, again, for a whole lot of...
How do you know all this?
Because of my research assistant.
All right, go ahead. 19th century Bohemia.
The Germans had all kinds of advantages that came out of history, which you could go into if you felt like it. But, for example, if you were in the early 19th century Bohemia and you wanted to go to high school and you were a Czech, you would have to learn German because there were no high schools in the Czech language until 1848. And so, but that was a condition common throughout Eastern Europe, that the Slavic languages became literate centuries after the German language did. And therefore, there was a huge buildup of knowledge in the German language that was not equally available in Slavic languages at that time. And so if anyone who wanted to become an educated person and go into the professions, they had to learn German. Now, you would think that the leaders, if they were looking out for the best interests of their followers, would say, for heaven's sake, learn German and move on up. No, they fought tooth and nail against it.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Sowell and his critics, from a review of wealth, poverty, and politics in the Washington Post. Now, I'm going to I don't want you to swing at me, all right? Sowell does manage to score a clean hit on those who now complain that income inequality is too high by noting their refusal to say what level of inequality they would consider acceptable. Fair enough. What we also learn in this book, however, is that there is apparently no level of inequality of income or opportunity that Thomas Sowell would consider unacceptable, close quote. And you reply?
Well, it's hard to know where to begin when someone misses the whole point of the whole book. Of course, the big confusion among the redistributionists is between opportunity and outcomes. And one of the examples I used in a recent column was that, when I was a kid, I briefly tried to play basketball. And I was lucky to hit the backboard, never mind the basket, But I had just as much opportunity to play basketball as Michael Jordan had. You cannot measure opportunity by outcomes. And that's what the redistributionists insist on doing. They say this group obviously didn't have equal opportunity because they were turned down for loans more so than that group. Yes, if you have lower credit scores, you'll be turned down for loans more so than people with high credit scores.
Okay. Thomas, you just mentioned a column. Let's turn to the politics of the day for a moment. Thomas Sowell on Donald Trump. Quote, what is remarkable is that after 6 years of repeated disasters under a glib egomaniac in the White House, so many potential voters are turning to another glib egomaniac to be his successor. Close quote. Oh, come on. Aren't you being a little hard on both Barack Obama and Donald Trump?
I thought I was pulling my punches.
Donald Trump is simply not suitable. Voters are turning to another.
Okay, so Thomas Sowell said, what is remarkable is that after 6 years of repeated disasters under a glib egomaniac in the White House, so many potential voters are turning to another glib egomaniac to be his successor. So they're saying that Obama was out of his body, out of character. I'm not sure.
Well, I can honestly say I didn't pay close attention to politics at that time that Obama was in office.
Yeah, I was young when that happened.
It's a lot of things that I'm ignorant to that I don't know, but I don't know. I can't really speak on this matter. like as far as Trump being an egomaniac, it's a possibility. He's always been that way in business. But one thing that I can say I liked about Trump, as far as being in the White House, with him not being a trained politician, he didn't know how to lie like a lot of trained politicians would. So therefore, maybe it was due to his ego. Trump would say things that seemed very truthful to an extent to me. So, but like I said, I could be wrong because I'm ignorant to a lot of the policies and stuff that I gotta educate myself.
Yeah, I could admit that on my part too.
So,
another glib egomaniac to be his successor. Close quote. Oh, come on. Aren't you being a little hard on both Barack Obama and Donald Trump?
I thought I was pulling my punches.
Donald Trump is simply not suited to be president?
I think that's true as an understatement.
All right.
Nor is the current president.
I was going to say Barack Obama is the president.
Yes.
Glib egomaniac. How bad has he been? Where does Barack Obama rank in your mind, you who know so much history, among the worst American presidents?
He has displaced Jimmy Carter from that position.
The worst.
The worst.
Worse than James Buchanan.
Yes.
Worse than Richard Nixon.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Richard Nixon did not, after all, put us in danger of nuclear attacks, probably within the lifetime of people living today.
Can you pause that for a second?
Yes.
All right.
We're committed to stopping.
Come on, Sowell. Are you seriously gonna go on that? First, Nixon and the consequences of Nixon to the Black community has been 60 years of the war on drugs.
Absolutely.
That has killed more African Americans throughout not only the United States, but throughout the whole freaking 8 continent.
Hey, did so. Didn't Nixon say that when we had to create the war on drugs to get rid of Black people and hippies, we couldn't say that it was directly for Black people and hippies?
That's what he implied, yes. On the recordings of Nixon, that's what he implied. He did not say in that direct sense, but the implications of his words were more than clear. Look, I met Obama 11 years ago here in Costa Rica, when he came here in Costa Rica. I was just 3 years into my work of drug policy reform, legalizing weed, etc. So I was part of civil committees that received and met him. And honestly, what I saw Obama was, damn, this guy is extremely gringo, in many ways. And it was right after he won the Nobel Peace Prize, and I was like, the hell you won a Nobel Peace Prize for? I'm sorry to say, but you haven't done anything for peace. and I told him that right straight to his face. And he smiled and he said, I get you. I get you. And I look, the only modern precedent that I have a slight hats off approach would be Pepe Mujica of Uruguay. That's the, and it's not like I'm completely hats off. I'm hats off to a degree, but in the United States sense, from Truman to today, every single last one of them have been bad. I'm putting Jimmy Carter right there. I mean, Jimmy Carter was, of all the bad guys, was at least the one who tried to change a couple things here and there. He failed miserably because he had the whole Congress against him, pretty much, during his 4 years. And he was not an assertive individual in many ways.
Yeah, he was a very nice person.
He was a nice guy, but
wish they took advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The Israelis from stopping the Iranians from getting a nuclear weapon. That's part of the deal.
When I interviewed George Gilder about 6 or 7 months ago, George Gilder known to both of us, he contended that with the right policies, the economy, coming back to the international scene in a moment, but the economy would actually turn around quite quickly. The American economy can be revived quite quickly. Cut taxes, peel back regulation, and you'd see another version of the early 1980s.
Mm-hmm.
You agree?
Yes.
all we have to do is get out of the way in a certain sense.
Yes, I mean, there was that when Warren Harding took office in 1921, the unemployment rate was around 12%. Warren Harding did absolutely nothing. As the government's revenue fell because of the downturn, he cut government spending. Now both those things are things that drive the Keynesians crazy.
Right.
The following year, unemployment had fallen to about half that level.
Within a year.
Yes. And then a year after that, it fell yet again. There is a history. The first time the federal government intervened in the economy to get us out of a downturn was in 1930. Now, which means that for more than 150 years, the federal government just stood by and twiddled their thumbs while the economy recovered on its own. And all that time, there was never a depression as bad as the 1930s depression, where there was all kinds of intervention, beginning with Herbert Hoover help us, and then amplified by Franklin D. Roosevelt. So in terms of you looking at what happened as a matter of fact, again, there was no Federal Reserve prior to 1914. The Federal Reserve was created in order to, one, cut back on bank failures, reduce inflation, and prevent deflation. All of those things reached historic highs never seen before under the Federal Reserve. So the idea was wonderful. It's only the reality that didn't cooperate.
Oh, Tom, I'm only laughing because otherwise I'd cry. The international scene. You've just said that under the right policies, the economy could recover quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Under the right policies, how quickly could? Let's just posit that you become president. How quickly does the international damage done by your favorite Barack Obama, how quickly could that be recouped? How quickly could the United States and the world recover?
That's a tough one, because whoever comes in there, he's got to face the damage that has been done and the further damage that has already been set in motion. And you don't. One of the reasons we won the Gulf War with far fewer casualties than anyone ever expected, the first Gulf War.
First war, right.
Is that Ronald Reagan bequeathed to George Bush 41 a huge military establishment so that you could send all this stuff in there and just wipe out the opposing army. Whoever inherits this situation is going to be one where it's just the opposite, where we've had reductions in the armed forces, we've had cutbacks in all kinds of research and so on, and training. So what the next president has to operate with is going to be just a very desperate situation.
Where does Tom Sowell stand on immigration?
I guess there's no such thing as policy toward immigrants, because there's no such thing as just an immigrant. There are immigrants from different places, different kinds of immigrants, and we don't even want to discuss any of those things. 100 years ago, they were talking about immigration. They had all kinds of data on crime rates, death rates, everything you can think of about immigrants from various countries around the world. No one even dares to ask such questions today.
So the country in the old days had the self-confidence to pick and choose.
Oh, absolutely.
We'll take some from here, but not from there.
Yes.
And that's what you'd like to see.
Yes.
And what would be the principles? We would accept immigrants who would do us economic good?
Economic good, and presumably, preferably not plant explosives in various places.
I'm with you. Okay, that's the minimum hurdle. Single family, single parent family, the family breakdown, is that reversible? If it's the result of the welfare state, if we were somehow or other to get rid of the welfare state, would the family in effect heal itself, or is it one of those social constructs?
Allahu Akbar! He basically said, no haram.com, no Muslims. God damn.
He practically said Arabs.
Constructs that once unraveled takes generations to put back together.
It would take time, but even the modest welfare reform under the Clinton administration led to more people actually going to work once the gravy train wasn't there.
So that too.
Sometimes I find such contradictions.
All these things are achievable.
Yes.
All we have to do is stop doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
We have to stop being stupid.
Well, you could put it that way.
All right. A couple of last questions. We're taping this the week before Pope Francis visits the United States. Pope Francis, in a 2013 statement, some people continue to defend trickle-down theories, which assume that economic growth, encouraged by a free market, will inevitably succeed in bringing about greater justice and inclusiveness in the world. This opinion, which has never been confirmed by the facts, expresses a crude and naive trust. Will you please stop interrupting? This is the pontiff. A crude and naive trust in the goodness of those wielding economic power and in the sacralized workings of the prevailing economic system, close quote. Is there anything you'd like to say to the pontiff?
I would say read my monograph on trickle-down theory. There is no such theory. Some years ago in one of my columns, I defied anybody to name any economist of any school of thought outside of an insane asylum who had ever advanced that theory. I pointed out that Joseph Schumpeter's 1,260-page book on the history of economic analysis, printed in very small letters, has no mention of any trickle down. There is no such theory. It's a straw man that's been created, and it's pathetic that someone in the position of the Pope would spout off about this. I would say to him what I would say to anyone else: you show me that theory. And I'll give you $1,000 down payment towards some law.
What about his general suspicion toward capitalism as some way oppressive?
Well, again, if he has any facts, I'd be delighted to hear them.
All right.
What is so frustrating to me is that we've gotten away from facts and evidence. Some time back, someone did a paper disproving something I said in 1970. Now, no one likes to be found wrong. I was actually pleased with it. It was one of the few times someone has come up with any facts to even bring into the argument.
Got it. Last question. As I said, you titled the last section of this book, Implications and Prospects.
No, I titled it Epilogue.
Epilogue, excuse me. You titled the penultimate section. I'm showing off. That means next to last, of course. The penultimate section is Implications and Prospects. So, question about the prospect for the American experiment. We hear a great deal about the United States' current condition as a new normal. Sluggish growth, high unemployment in this. The unemployment rate per se is now down to a little over 5%. But if you take into account people who've dropped out of the workforce, difficult to say for certain, but it's still very, very high, possibly even in double digits still. Lowest labor force participation rate since 1977. So that's where we are. And we have this general sense that the United States is losing ground or ceding ground internationally. That's the new normal. To paraphrase Ronald Reagan, 4 years from now, will the country be better off?
It depends what they decide next November.
So you don't have some kind of underlying faith in American democracy.
I think anyone who has watched the so-called debates would find it hard to have much faith.
All right, now.
But you mentioned 1977. Things were terrible then. Note how quickly they turned around when Reagan took office. For example, Iran released our hostages within hours of Reagan's inauguration.
Okay. Thank you, because I like to end shows on an optimistic note, Tom. You just gave me one. Thomas Sowell, author of Wealth, Poverty, and Politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
For Uncommon Knowledge and the Hoover Institution, I'm Peter Robinson.
How convenient, yo. His name is Tom, right? Uncle Tom. I'm saying like I mean, people could make that argument like you the real Uncle Tom. Like, hey, they can just make the argument. I mean, the dude is intelligent. We can't take that away from him.
No, he's very intelligent, and that's the thing, man. When intelligent people, they can intellectualize things, and they can intellectualize things that are not meant, they can turn around, like, for instance, like somebody intellectualizing deletion, or saying, we're justified in deleting these people because this and this, and these people are less than, and these people don't have they are subhuman, and they have they don't have the IQ, and they're like that's what happens when you're dealing with intelligent people that know better. Yeah, an intelligent person that know better is practically, not saying this with Thomas Sowell, I'm just saying in general, they can be a very evil person because they know people are less intelligent, and they can manipulate, certain things to make people think in a certain way.
Yeah, nah, definitely. That's fit that.
I'm gonna be honest, but Sowell, since I knew of him back in the '90s, he's always given me a headache, and not in a good sense. I mean, his last argument regards trickle down economics was so flawed in many ways because it's just because nobody written about it, it means it does not exist. So we use the term trickle down economics, and it's particularly focused on the Reaganomics because even Reagan, in his famous speech '82, gave that, and before, even in the '80s, '81, there were several speeches where he gave that notion of what was the trickle down application. And Lafayette also gave certain indicators. Anyways, I'm discussing with a ghost. Anyhow, yeah, the guy's smart. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you that, but when somebody smart meets somebody other is smart that knows his information and knows where he's coming from and knows then it becomes a battle of the wits.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a poor black or Hispanic kid in America. I'm 24. What advice do you have for me? I'm broke, 24 years old.
Look, the best, it depends on your interest and depends on what your vision for the next 20-25 years is. I'm 42 years old. I don't got kids because I took care. I did not want to have kids. My history is interesting in many ways because I was born rejected by my biological mother, adopted, and then adopted by a Costa Rican and Venezuelan father. My father was an ambassador. We traveled through the whole area until I was 16. Then my parents divorced, etc. I worked 15 years in the service industry as well as customer service. I worked in the sports books, Amazon, Capital One, restaurants, etc. Construction. I've done everything. At your age, 24, I was exactly like you were.
I'm not 24, but I was asking. Imagine me if I was.
Okay,
24.
yeah, I was at that age, 24. I was just like you were. 6-7 years, though, the things I did. I bought my house. I got my stuff. I did well for myself. But I started giving back to the indigenous communities, to the Afro communities. I started doing things that needed to be done to the best of my abilities. And then, the whole work of getting weed legalized took me 12 years. I spent a lot of my money in that too, and I won. I got weed legal. I got my little business growing for medicinal weed, etc. So, look, the best advice I can give you is, if you are a person that you think that you're gonna end up millionaire or billionaire, etc., and you sing or you have something that could potentially lead you that way, go for it. But it's not going to be easy. Nothing is easy. So you either muck up and shut up and do it, or find other people with the same interest and maybe not do it alone. Maybe do it with somebody that can boost you up. But that's no guarantee. Working hard is no guarantee of success in any way, shape, or form. It's more a guarantee that there can be high potentials of failure. So, again, it does. some, how to put it in very simple words. Look, I'm doing the things I'm doing right now to change the current things that in the future, the kids who are faced with that may have a more easier time to find financial stability and to find social stability where they can develop themselves to whatever they want to be. But I'm the things I'm doing, I may never see the results. I may die and that's it. So some will have to pick up where I left off. And that's what's happening right now. And that means that if you're gonna do something that is not such not such a trivial goal in the concept of success, but you're going to do something to improve and continue developing the seeds of freedom. Maybe you're not going to have a lot of money, but you're going to have a lot of satisfaction in many ways and many difficulties in others. So what can you do? Do what you want to do. But also know that no matter what, you are attached to the heritage and to the legacy. And some pick up that legacy and advance it, and some destroy it.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Rakim, I'm 24 years old. I'm not 24, but I'm young. I'm a little older than that, right? But I'm 24 years old. I'm broke. I'm black or Hispanic in America. What advice do you have for me?
Well, I would say, in the particular field I'm in, I would tell that young man, looking to get going into CDL school is not something that you have to do forever. But right now, if you're at rock bottom, that'll be a great start to just have some income to be able to afford you more options. You don't have money to go to school. There's certain companies out there that will pay for your schooling. Go to one of those companies that will pay for you to school for your schooling. Sign a contract, work with them for a year or 2 years to be able to get some money. Meanwhile, while you're saving your money, if you're looking into wanting to do something else, now you got a trade under your belt. You may want to get into tech. Now you can use that trade that you have to further you making more income, to set some money aside, and also use some grants and different things if they are available for you to go into school and go to tech. But that's not a guarantee. Also, if you want to pick up any trades, electrical is a good trade, plumbing is a good trade, HVAC is a good trade, and that's just to sustain you for now, because I don't know how long any of these jobs will exist in the future, especially with the AI and different robotic technology that they're bringing forth. I don't know how, but for the meantime, those are some of the trades that will help sustain you. And also, if you're not educated, if you didn't finish school, just educate yourself. Try to find different books to read. Pay close attention to what's going on with the economy. You don't have to be the sharpest knife in the drawer or anything like that, but have some type of self-awareness and understand, even though you may look at yourself as an individual, you still wear a certain color of a uniform. So whatever happens to your group of people is going to affect you as well. And try your best to, save and get money and educate yourself on owning a home, educate yourself on real estate if you possibly can, and don't get distracted in nonsense. That's what I'll tell that young man.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Roy Chess, what advice do you have for let's say a 24-year-old fighter who's broke, black or brown in the United States of America? What advice do you have for me?
Well, I think that what the guys said, especially with Dan and Rakim said, I would say similar things, but I will also add, outside of finding out what you're good at, that's the first step. Dan was right about that. I would think whatever your talents or gifts are, that's what you're supposed to go after. You're not supposed to just go after a dream. So if you have mathematical ability, then and you know that you've always been good at that, then pursue areas in that. If you are a computer guy, pursue that. So some people have natural talents. I believe in natural talents, not necessarily intelligence per se. That you
Right.
can be gifted in something where without even trying. Like
Right, right, yeah, right. It's like then like quote unquote God given.
Yeah. So I think that's important. That's the first step. If you don't know that, then the trade school. I guess CDL is not considered a trade school, but it's kind of in that ballpark for people who don't know where they are in life and try to make a survival living. So getting a CDL will obviously get you out of being homeless. Other trades like electrician, plumbing,
Joining
HVAC.
the military.
Yes, I was gonna say that because that's what I did, right?
Right.
To get out of the hood and stuff like that, and get out of a bad environment, especially if you have a either go to jail or be dead on the street to survive. Join the military, for sure. Then you can make it a go from there. It's just a matter of picking the right job as far as the military goes. If you pick a bad job, then it's going to be bad for you. But the military, the trade school, if you don't have a talent or something like that, would probably be your only options outside of trying to just hope that you get a job and get hooked up. So pertaining to what Thomas Sowell was saying, that most 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 groups, I think, discriminate, like I said, because they like their own people, and those people will lock out other people, right? So if the Asians don't want black people getting into nursing, more Asians are going to take those jobs where it's not even available for the black person to make it. You might still get some in it, but it's going to be a small trickle of blacks in it compared to the Asians.
I mean, perfect example was it was a woman that I seen on the internet that was opening up a beauty supply store that was black owned. She couldn't get the supplies, anything, because the Asians had a hold. They had a lot on the supplies and the distribution.
Right, like a monopoly. Yeah, so they are networking.
It's a lot of people, and that's the thing we don't talk about. It's a lot of situations where it's a monopoly. Like the Jews already have a monopoly on banking, on the banking system, on Hollywoods, on the record industries. They have a monopoly on that. And at that time that they got in, that was a time that a lot of us was not even afforded the opportunity to get into those fields. So they got into those fields and they locked it down. And a lot of the cases, it was this movie I was told about called The Banker, where it was a situation where a black family, they opened up a bank, but they knew that they was not able to get into those realms of networking. So they used a white guy that helped him, that didn't really know much, but they allow him in because he was white. And they and sooner and later down the line, he learned more information about banking, and he passed that information on to them, to the point that once they saw that these people had all of these money and this wealth, they was like, wait, hold on, where the fuck you get that from? You ain't supposed to have this. The whole point is you not to have shit, and they shut it down. So you have to know and have a self-awareness, and like you say, know your talents are. Also get ahead of the hustle. If it's something that you can monopolize at that particular point, try to get it before it's oversaturated.
Well, you got to network. That's the whole thing. That's how that happens. You can't do that without networking.
Right. You have to know that. Yeah. And yeah, you have to.
If you're not part of the network, you're already behind.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Okay. Virginia, thank you for that, Roy Chess.
Hello, can you hear me?
Virginia. Oh, so you're not really Virginia.
No. This is my ex's account. I was just messing around on it real quick. I apologize. My name's Hefe.
Oh, that's your.
Casey.
Oh, yeah, that's your. So you're on your exes. Stalker vibe. Stalker
I mean,
vibe.
she's here. She's here. We're friends. We're friends. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of creep. Oh, this is interesting. So you, I mean, are you guys still messing around? Like, what's going on over there?
Oh no, we're just friends. That's all.
Isn't that kind of weird though?
You can't be friends, bro.
Nah, it's civil.
You're friendly. You're not friends.
I mean, I know it's. It has to be civil if you're in the same.
I'll give him kudos because I have never been friends with an girlfriend.
I mean, yeah, and no, but living. Are you guys living together? Yeah, living together.
No, we're not.
Oh, she just came over.
Yeah.
They just tolerate.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That sounds kind of fishy, man. That sounds like there's still some
Put her
attachment.
on. He's saying they're not together. She'll say we're together. I thought we were together. You're doing that one-sided thing.
There's some form of attachment there somehow. I don't know, man. There's some funny.
Nah, we're just friends.
Bro, we've all been. We come on, bro.
That's not what she said.
Yeah, that's not what she said, bro.
Yeah.
So Virginia.
No, call me Hefe KC.
Oh, Hefe KC, right? AKA
Yeah.
Virginia. So Big V. What do you think about this conversation?
Oh, this is my specialty, man. I always encourage young men every day of my life. You know what I mean? Black and Hispanic. What do I do? I do everything, man. I'm a jack of all trades, man. I try to learn everything. I work on houses, basically. I've done HVAC, done electrical. I've a lot of welding. So what I tell young men is to there's a program at a Votech school called building maintenance. They teach you everything to build your house, plumbing, you name it, HVAC, electric. They teach you everything, building maintenance. And everybody gets a house, right? Or you're going to have a house, so you need to learn how to work on it, right? Everybody's going to have a car, right? Yep. So you're going to need to learn how to work on your car. Mechanical class, definitely, those two things right there will keep you busy your whole life, mechanical and working on cars. So
yeah. I was just speaking to a friend of mine today about that. If you knew mechanics early, young, I mean, you naturally fell right into that. So it's like, yeah. I mean, it could be hard labor, but man, you right in the game, man. Like you always gonna be able to make money, always.
Fighter, just to quickly interrupt, I do have to step off. I gotta get some sleep. I gotta work tomorrow.
No doubt.
Yeah, so thank you for having me, Fighter. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure having conversations.
Yeah.
Like we say here, pura vida, que se la descanse, or like my indigenous people say, Beshko Woblova.
Thank you, brother. Listen, Friday is gonna be my welcome back party. So I might go live tomorrow, but I know for a fact I will go live Friday night. So make sure to stay tuned for that, bro.
I'll stay tuned for that. Sure.
All right, man.
Buenas noches. Que descansen.
Buena. Yeah, Virginia. So, all right. So you said,
call me Hefe.
Okay,
Hefe.
My bad. So Hefe, okay. So you said, learn something. That's a great way to start, right? Even though if that's not going to be maybe your permanent or,
correct,
your main source of income, at least that's something, an ability, right? A skill that you learned that you're gonna know forever, right? That's something something that people need, right? So
Bingo.
okay.
Yeah, that's a forever side hustle. Anybody
forever, right? That's a forever side hustle, man. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
And we got to teach these young men, 13, 14 years. You got these young white kids. They're farmers. They learn everything, man. By the time they're 18 years old, they're ready to rock and roll. You know what I mean? Right. So I tell kids, you can't be behind. You got to get in front of the 8 ball. You can't be behind the 8 ball. You got to be when you go to a job. They want people that they're ready to work. they're highly qualified. Migrants, you know, they already know what to do. They already know what to do, and they're about to get it. You know, they're about to get it. So
Yeah, be proactive, not reactive. Yeah.
Let me ask you a quick question. Let me ask you a question, bro.
What's up, Eater Man? I'm gonna drop the link for you to Eater Man if you're around.
You think like the situation with migrants, they're willing to work, like a lot of these places, they want you to be able to work hard and in desperation because they like they don't, first off, they don't want to pay you the wages that you deserve anyway. And a lot of people, they know people are in a desperate situation, so they're going to work extremely, they're going to kill themselves to to work at these jobs, and that's going to be for their benefit, not for the people that are working there.
well, I wouldn't say that. I would say that they're going to keep their head down and they ain't going to be complaining. They're just going to keep working.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
which leads them to be exploited. You keep your head down, and you keep your head down, and you don't ever speak up for anything. It puts you in a compromising position where they know, they can practically do anything and get away with it.
I mean, I've worked with a lot of people from Mexico, so they just go to work, man, and workers, they appreciate that. And you know what? I've had a lot of workers that that migrant on my construction site, he's making the most money because he's hustling so hard. And that worker, that owner knows that that migrant is making him more money than anybody on the job.
That's what it's about, right?
That's what it's all about, making money. That's
making money, or making the company more money.
If you're making the company money, you're going to be making some money too.
Because, like, for instance, because I've known people that work like damn near 6 days a week, and is that sustainable as a person? Because you're practically killing yourself.
I mean, is it sustainable? I'm sure. It depends on what your job is. You know what I mean?
What about if it's physical labor?
I mean, yeah, that's not sustainable. But if you're the manager, you know what I mean. Hey, how much work are you doing? You're telling people what to do.
No, I'm talking. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the people that you're telling what to do, not the manager. See, when you have the manager in that type of position, that's what I'm saying, that you exploit others. You want them to work hard, and a lot of the people that they want to work hard are not necessarily doing hard work themselves. And a lot of the times it's just to take advantage of people. And I'm not knocking it. People got to work and everything. You got to go ahead.
I'm sure nobody's gonna work 6 days a week their whole life. I mean, it's impossible. So, but I worked 7 days a week for 2 months. That was rough. So I made some good money. So,
but do you notice that the jobs we're talking about are like the hands-on jobs and not the intellectual jobs, like the supervisor jobs, like Rakim just said? Like the white guy who doesn't have to do that is making more money than the guy who's working 6 days a week. Right, that's one of the stereotypes that immigrants have also, right? We're supposed to just work hard and make money, but you're not recognizing your counterpart is not working as hard as you and they make more money than you. They're getting
that's why you need a side hustle.
They're getting the intellectual jobs and not the labor jobs. Do you notice that?
But don't say white guy, say Asian guy, because according to statistics, Asians are winning. According to statistics, Asians are the oppressors.
No, Asians are not in the
physical. According to the statistics, they are.
No, they're not in. They're not even in the physical labor. Hold on one second, Roy Chase. They're not.
No. That's my point. They're in the intellectual side of the things. They're making way more money and they're not doing hard labor. So the white man is not the oppressor. The Asians are.
It's both.
Well, no, because the Asians are complaining about the white man, that they're saying that they're hitting the glass ceiling.
But they're making more money than them, though.
Yeah, but the Asians are going for doctors and highly technical.
So why aren't the Hispanics doing that? That's the issue, right?
They are in Mexico.
So it's the mentality. Is it the mentality?
Right, it's the mentality because you're supposed to get the hard working job. I got to work 80 hours a week job. You're
And
getting
they've
a
been
low
trained like
payment
that
job.
since they were a kid. They've been
So that has
trained
to
since a
change.
kid
That
to be a
mentality has to
doctor.
change. Because some people are being trained like that as kids because they grew up with money. They're
Bingo.
not trained
Just
to
like
work in the mailroom and work their way up. See, the immigrants and
That
those,
is true.
the
Correct.
blacks and the migrants are trained to start in the mailroom and work your way up. So by the
Yeah.
time you get there, even if you made it, it's like 30 years later. It's like,
Here, hey, let me hit you with another Jim. These kids need to get their GED at 16. You know what I mean? Get your GED at 16.
not GED.
and
Get
go-
a degree, get a diploma, not a GED. It's not the same.
No, a
Diploma is
diploma and a GED, they're the same thing. They're the same
no, they're
thing.
not. No, they're not.
Yeah, they
I'm
are.
telling
You
you,
can
as an
both. You
American,
can go.
they're not. I'm
You
telling
can
you,
go
as
to
an American,
college
they're
with
not.
a GED or a
You
diploma,
can, but
right?
it's not weighed the same. That's a lie.
Yes,
It's
it
not
is.
weighed the same.
There's nobody. Well,
Yes,
here's
there
my
is.
opinion. Here's my
I'm
opinion.
telling you what it is.
All right. Here's my opinion. Get your GED at 16. Go to trade school or college and do what you want to do. You need to get out of that high school as soon as possible. Straight up.
No, it depends on what high school. If you're in a good school district, stay in it. Don't get a GED. If
All right.
you're in a
So
messed up
you're
situation, you could do what you just said.
all right. Now you're 2 years behind, right?
What do you mean?
You're 2 years behind because you graduate at 18 and this other guy graduate at 16 and he can go to college at 16. Well, you're waiting at 18. So you're behind.
No, 17. You graduate at 17 if you start school if you start school at the right
17,
time.
18.
Yes, 17, 18 is usually like 18 is if you're, a little slower. 17 is the earliest. You can't
Right,
graduate.
you're behind then. You're behind then. You're
How?
behind.
Oh no,
You're
he's
not
saying,
really
he's
behind.
saying,
It's not like you have more opportunities with just a GED or a high school diploma. That still doesn't mean anything.
yeah, no, he was
You
just
can
saying
still
if
go
you're you're just two years ahead of like just earning money wise. That's what he mean.
Earning money wise, but again, you want the intellectual job. What about? I'm not
Yeah,
worried
oh
about
yeah,
the
okay, yeah. I mean, I would definitely say
money
that, if you want to go to college and have a bigger network, yeah, I mean,
I
definitely.
want the intellectual. I don't want to be, working in the subway. I want
That's
the
not true.
intellectual job.
That's totally not true. Look that up. I guarantee you can go to college and do whatever you, because you see all them geniuses, they graduate high school early. They take all their stuff out. There's a 12-year-old that goes to college, just graduated. How did he get there first? Because he took
He's a
all his
genius.
classes and
It's
he
not like he's an
took off.
average guy. It's not like the average guy can do that.
He still went to college. It's very simple.
Yeah, but that's a genius you're talking about. That's an exceptional person, an extraordinary person. Everybody,
Hey.
most people are not like that. Most people are not graduating at 12. Most people are 17, 18. That's
okay,
being realistic.
can you take computer programming with the GD?
Yeah. I'm not saying you can't do anything. I'm not saying you can't do anything.
What's up, Joshua?
That's a $250,000 job, computer programming, and you could get your GED as soon as possible, and you can go get your computer programming. Boom.
Right, but you're talking about ideals. You're talking about ideals. A lot of people, you know how many people would do that? No. You're talking about ideal. Out of 100,000 people who tried that route, how many people made it?
I've never known anybody who tried that route. How many people have you known that tried that route?
A lot of people are into programming. What do you mean?
I'm talking about graduating early and then going into programming.
No, it doesn't matter whether you graduate early or not to get into programming. What difference does that make?
All right. It's my
I don't think
opinion.
it matters.
Hey,
Even
matters
at the
to me.
college level and you get a degree, doesn't mean you're just going to get out there making $250,000. Even with a college
Hey,
degree.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm not behind the game. That's my point.
Yeah, so then, I mean, your statement is definitely not realistic, because if somebody goes to school for computer science, they didn't do what you're doing. You're making more money than them now, but they have a degree and they're not making that money that you're saying that is so possible. I know plenty of people with degrees in computer science, and they're not making the money you're making. You said that they can make. Not even close to
move up. You can move up in that. It's very simple.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible, but that doesn't mean 80% of the people who try it are gonna make it. You'll be lucky at 50%. It's not even 50%.
Hey,
It's more like
well,
30%
you know what?
or
That's why
10%.
you gotta hustle.
Somewhere
That's why you
between.
gotta
It's not
hustle.
about hustling. No, it's not. It's about talent when it comes to that. Some people are more
Hustling
talented.
and talent. No. All right.
No, you can't out hustle talent.
So
That's the point of talent.
everybody got a brain. All you do is memorize computer program.
Everybody's not
not
equal
hard.
there. Everybody's not equal, bro. That's like Thomas Sowell was doing.
Well, that's your
Everybody's not equal.
mentality.
No,
That's
it's not
your
mentality.
mentality.
That's reality.
My mentality is you hustle and you go get that money.
That's
Your
the immigrant
mentality is
mentality.
your mentality is you're gonna be a
That's the
victim
problem.
all your life.
Please don't do that. Please don't do
I'm a
the whole
man.
victim thing.
No,
Don't do that.
it's not a
That's.
victim.
Wait,
It's
hold
not a
on, Brokest. Hold on.
He said that what?
He's gonna be
mentality.
a victim. Okay. Like that's because that whole victim argument thing. That's what people do when they want to shut somebody's up or shut up a
No.
person with a talking points. That's not a
No,
that's not a
that's
victim
not true.
mentality
That's not true.
to assess the situation and see that.
He's saying don't do it. I'm saying to do it.
No, I didn't say don't do it. I never said don't do it.
Definitely do
No,
it.
I never said don't do it, sir. I never said don't do it. I'm saying you're oversimplifying like it's easy. If it was easy as you said, I would be doing it. Fighter would be doing it. We would all be making 200,000. We wouldn't be having this conversation if it was that easy. There's a reason why we're not doing it.
And
It's not easy.
a lot of those jobs too
Unless
are
you
being
ain't one of them.
replaced.
Unless you ain't a hustler, then I don't know.
Well,
Nothing to do
a
with
lot
my
of those jobs too. Wait, hold on one second, Roy Chess. A lot of those jobs too in the tech field are being like those jobs are mostly, not mostly, but a lot of them are Indians and well, they are Asian, but they're part of the with Asians, and they're paying them less. They're paying them less than what they would have to pay in America, especially if they're on the H-1B visa.
So again, there goes your argument again, where it's not so easy. If that's occurring in reality, then it's not so easy just to come up for nothing. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. I don't have the victim mentality, but I'm not gonna oversimplify it. Like you could just wake up and in 5 years you're making 250,000. That's crazy. I wish.
Because in my personal opinion, in my personal opinion, when you look at it, America has literally thrived off that narrative that, oh, you're just not working hard enough. You're just not trying hard enough. And that's been proven to be a lie, because there's been a lot of people that have worked their asses off and strived. And in the end, a lot of people are still coming up short, and that the wages are remaining stagnant in a lot of these different fields. Meanwhile, the cost of living has risen exponentially. Right now you have banks that are buying up houses, lots and lots of houses, to the point where they're going to own those houses and only rent those houses out. So in a strong possibility, you might have in the 20 to 30 years, it may be even a significant amount of people that can even afford a home, or they just may be renting a home for the rest of their life. It's not
Do you know where the white people are going? For the rich white people, they're going down to South America. They're going down to South America.
Yeah.
They're going down there, and a lot of people are going down there to move and living off and working remote, and they're renting for $300-$400 a month.
Mm-hmm.
So
because the American dollar is much stronger in Latin America than what it is. So they can live rich in different parts, and if they're working, especially in tech or in a field where they can work from home, then they can literally take their jobs with them. So they're making American wages in a country where those American wages are 3 to 4 times more.
Yeah, they got American companies down there too. So
that's where a lot of the jobs got outsourced to different places. It's a lot of American companies overseas, because why? They don't want to pay Americans the proper wages that they need to sustain themselves here in America. So they outsource those jobs, because that is the corporations. They don't want to have to give people more money. They want to get 10 times.
I mean, but that's the thing. Like, why would they if they could get away with it?
Yeah, and that's no.
I mean, it's business,
No, I get what you're saying, but
like if you sell crack on the corner, why would you give it to the fiend for 5? You could get it all for 9.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
And,
You're right.
and if you was out there, if you was out there selling crack, Rakim, you would sell it for 9 too. You're not gonna be like, oh well, I care about the crackhead, so I'm gonna give it for 5.
No. What I'm saying is
you're gonna sell it for 9.
I
right?
get what you're saying. No, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. But don't sit here and lie to me and tell me it's about hard work when you're out here doing shit like this.
Oh no, that is just like there's a combination. Like life is pretty much like the default is hard work. Like if you just being lazy, man, it's over.
No, what I'm saying is that
it's
if you know
over.
you're doing underhanded shit, if you know you're doing underhanded shit, or you're straight about business,
we're not. We're not talking about who we're talking about on the individual, like the individual, right? Like right now, if you tell me, yo, if I tell you, yo, I want to be this, the number one thing you're gonna tell me is, yo, but you better bust your ass if you want that, and like no matter what, like I'm gonna get it, and that's my mentality, right? And then most likely I'm gonna end up having it 5 years later. We're gonna talk again, and you'll be like, yo, I got that thing I wanted, bro. You're gonna be like, oh, word, because I had that mentality versus somebody who said, you know, if I parade myself or drag the viewpoint that hard work ain't enough, then shit. I mean,
well, it's clear it's not enough.
That's very pessimistic. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say it's pessimistic or negative, but that shit type gloomy.
No, I get what you're saying. It's certain
gloomy. It's just gloomy. Like just personally, me, I don't want to wake up. I don't want somebody to tell me that, because I'm gonna tell them like, no, get away from me, bro. Like I don't like your energy.
No, it's not even
you
about.
What I'm saying? Like I
get what you're saying. It's not even about being gloomy. It's just about just knowing what's going on. I'm not going to tell nobody just because. Just you got to know what's going on so you can know how to move. That's it. I'm not saying don't work hard.
Yeah, but like I mean, when you say how to move, I mean, what do you mean by that?
How to know what's going on. For instance, you got to know what's going on. Like for instance, I remember when Tom Likas and a few other people's coming up here. They said back then that this economy is about to tank. So people need to start saving their money, doing what you have to pay close attention to things like that. You get what I'm saying? You have to know what's going on in the world.
Invest your money, man.
Huh?
In things that are gonna you gotta invest your money in things that are gonna make you money, man. You know,
you got to know the knowledge though. You got to know what to invest in.
Well, I mean, real estate, it makes the most millionaires. So a lot of people say buy a house. No, buy an apartment complex so you can make some money and they can pay you for your rent.
And how you gonna do that if you don't have any?
I mean, sometimes you have to start little. You buy a little house and you can rent out a couple rooms. You know what I mean? There's a lot. There's 100 ways to make a dollar. You know what I mean? But first of all, you know what I mean. If you got to work 2 jobs, you got to work 2 jobs. That's just straight up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. People have been doing that, and a lot of people, like I said, they're killing themselves, and they're having little to no return on trying to work hard. Like damn near in America, you got to work 2 jobs. You damn near have to have a income of 2 people just to be able to live now. Like, and it's only getting worse. So, like, is that the people's fault, or is things being conditioned that way? That's beyond our control.
I think we should go to. I think we should go to Africa, man, because it's just like these white and Asian people here. They're taking over, B. We gotta go. We gotta go to Africa, because in Africa they're more black people and they treat us a little bit more fairly.
No, they don't.
No, what I'm saying is that
they don't.
Okay, if I keep telling you,
wait a minute. What you mean black people in Africa aren't righteous?
They're not.
Why not?
Because they're not. They're
the white man did that to them, because I can't believe that.
Well, I ain't gonna sit here and lie like the white man ain't colonized their whole system.
A lot of those countries are cutthroat, so it's no different.
Word?
They're not as good as
in Africa.
Yes.
Man, boy, I don't believe you, Roy. You never been to Africa, so how you gonna tell me?
No,
that?
we know that because they're African immigrants here. and they come over here with that mentality. They already know.
Shots fired. Yo, Sean, what's going on, Sean? What's going on, brother? You hear me?
Yeah, I'm
Sean,
just
so
listening.
what do you think about this conversation, man? Blacks and Hispanics are the brokest in America. You know, as a brother yourself, right? Growing up in America, I assume you're from America, right? Um, what advice do you have for a brother like myself, right? Look at me, right? I'm 31 and I'm broke. I have nothing, and I'm on. Let's say I'm on the street. What advice would you have for me? Like
Education is education, or get it, or open your own business.
Yeah, but I mean, but Sean, I feel like that's a little. I mean, you know, how I'm gonna start my business, man? Like I don't got nothing. You know, I don't got nobody to back me up to give me any capital. So how can I get this
Get
running?
your job, and then put your money to the side. Work for somebody till you get your capital.
Work for somebody, get the capital, save it up,
You
and
know
then
how hard
eventually.
that is. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm still.
CDL would be your best choice. CDL is the best choice in that.
CDL, okay, I got my CDL. Oh shit, yeah, I got my CDL.
Yeah, you gotta go over the road on that one.
Go over the road and just work like an immigrant. That's it. Work like an immigrant.
I mean,
but why do you have to do that when the white counterparts and the Asian counterparts don't have to do that?
So
I mean,
don't work like an immigrant. Is that what you're telling me?
If you could hustle like the Asian and the white guy, why not do that?
So I gotta hang out in the LES. That's what you're telling me.
Pretty much, yeah. That's better.
Start hanging out.
Instead of working 80 hours, you work 20 hours. Wouldn't that be better?
All right.
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny? A lot of the people that acquire their wealth, man, like there's been a lot of people that like they didn't get it from working hard. Like some of the people that tell people to work hard are the same people that inherited or it's been passed down, or they knew somebody that can present them with those opportunities that they was able to take advantage of. Exactly. That's it. You know, like, but yeah, it's no question. You have to work hard. There's no question about that. If you don't, you'll starve. But you have to.
Only certain people
yes, only certain people work hard. But just notice that sometimes those people that telling you to doing that are selling you some bullshit that they didn't have to go through or they didn't experience themselves.
A good business partner, that's hard to find. I mean, if you got a good business partner, you could work 30 hours a week. He work another 30 hours a week running the business, and that's you got 4 days off. He got 4 days off. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's yeah.
But
yeah, and that's not everything. I'm not saying you because you got some valid points. What's your name, bro? I didn't want to call you. Hefe. Okay. You got some valid points and everything. And fighter, you definitely have to have to. You can't have a self-defeatist mindset. Nobody's saying that. You cannot have a self-defeatist mindset, but you just got to be aware of what's going on and how things are moving out here, so you can know how to adapt. You can know, what to do, and you can't be distracted by bullshit either. It's a lot of bullshit to get distracted by. You have to.
That's where going to college comes in handy, man. It really does. Or just taking a class or two in college, you're rubbing elbow with smart people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because even like with colleges, like man, like even with me, I was told to go to college and get an education, but my people didn't know what to get an education in. They just told me to go to college, and sometimes people that do that, they end up, I'm gonna just go for what I like, and they end up in debt with no way to and a fucking college degree that don't pay shit.
Yeah, community college.
I have a college degree, and I don't make the money that you guys think that is so easy to make, right?
Yeah, but what'd you go to college for though?
Computer science. I have a degree.
Well, you got to make 100,000, right?
I don't have to. I'm not making 100,000.
And 100,000 ain't shit in New York.
And I have more than one degree actually. So I have one degree in computer science and another in philosophy.
Yeah, that degree in philosophy don't count.
To people of practical means, that's the intellectual side. I can't have an intellectual side being black.
Yeah, but
no.
What into? Hey, let me ask you a question.
You can't be philosophical in the project hallway. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, but that's not the point. It's not about rich people don't go to school to get a job. That's what.
No. I get what you said. No, I'm just saying.
Hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
No, I was just saying
that was harsh.
That's being broke. That don't he
said you were a whole way prophet, bro. You a project prophet.
I ain't say that, man. I ain't say that.
You a project. He said you a project whole way.
That's what annoys me. That's what annoys me about the so-called minorities, right? You got to be hands-on. You can't be intellectual. That if you're intellectual, you get clowned.
Rakim, me calling you out, right?
No, hey, Roy Chess, did you say I stole my damn polo earlier?
You did say that. Yeah,
no, I said, how do you know he didn't steal it? I didn't say you did.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
But using that philosophy degree, trying to.
No, that was a joke, though. You know
that you did generalize, though.
That was just a joke.
You generalized.
Come on, that's the stereotype. Don't lie. Everybody knows that's the stereotype. Well, you are black.
There's a lot of
that would be the line that I didn't say.
Yeah.
Fighter knows that line too. He didn't say it either. He just avoided it.
I don't know, man. You kind of generalizing a guy over here.
I get you.
That's the stereotype, bro. Stop it. Everybody knows that stereotype.
He's from Chicago, so that's why you automatically thought he was just like a thief, right?
Oh, come on. You had to steal it.
Robbery and stealing is two different things, okay?
I know. You shoplifted from Macy's.
Damn. Blood Moon says, I knew Roy just had a degree in philosophy. He can be exhausting. Yeah, of course. No wonder.
Was it? Did you study a lot of Shakespeare? Was that a little bit of the?
That's not philosophy. That's English.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, that is.
Oh man.
Oh, but yeah, man. Yo, listen, y'all, man. I've been here 4.5 hours. Yo, shout out to the 15 people in the building, man. Yeah, man. Man, somebody donate something, man. I'll go live another hour. If not, man, I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go to sleep.
Hey, let me say one thing. Let me say one thing before I go.
Go ahead, brother.
Put your trust in Jesus, man.
Oh,
put your trust in Jesus.
If I put, what's gonna happen if I put my trust in Jesus?
Hey, man, life's a lot better with God than it is without Jesus. I guarantee you that, man.
Go ahead.
If you need proof, check out a YouTube channel called Cross Examined on YouTube. It'll give you all the proof you need, man. Straight up. We're in wicked times. A lot of wicked people. They're in control. The wicked people are in control. That's a fact.
I say, my whole thing is, you have to have a goal, a plan. If you have no goal or plan, you're not going nowhere. You you're dying slow, right? I mean, we're all gonna die, but we're not all living, right? So if you don't have a plan, if you wake up, you don't have a plan embedded in the back of your mind, dented into the back of your mind, something that's stressing you out, like, yo, this is what I want, this is what I want, this is what I want, this is what I'm gonna do. Every day I'm gonna work a little bit, at least 1% to get closer to that. Then I don't know what every day, man, I try to be around people or hear people that inspire me just even a little bit. That way I could get better each day, closer to my goal, right? So yeah, man,
look into moving to South America, man. Look into moving to South America, man. It's beautiful.
Look at the what?
Country, I guarantee you. Look into moving to South America or Mexico.
Look at the movement.
Moving to Mexico or South America.
Oh, okay, got like a Dominican Republic or no? Is that Dominican plug included or no?
Yeah, Puerto Rico, Mexico, like somewhere, you'll find a spot.
The
Just
DR is not DR is not included.
yeah, I mean, I never looked into DR, but
You
I
never
will
been
look
there?
into it. I've never seen it. I'm sure it's beautiful, man. The
What, yo,
sun.
you never even seen DR?
I
Like
mean,
videos?
videos, but I
Okay.
can't recall anything. To tell you the truth, I'm sure it's tropical, beautiful. You know what I mean?
Wait, what are you?
I'm Mexican.
From where?
But I'm from
From
Kansas
where?
City.
Kansas.
I was gonna say, bro, because you got a country accent to be Mexican, bro.
Yeah, I'm from Kansas City. We will talk a little country.
Like you from Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas.
Missouri.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, bro, I'm like, you sound like
Yeah,
you
there's a lot
from
of
Wait, which one is the worst one? Because there's one that's a little bit more ghetto than another one.
Kansas City, Missouri is a little more ghetto.
And you're that's where you at, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't
grew
know
up
if
in
I
a
want you
Mexican.
around me then. I don't know if I want you around me. You might be a little dangerous, man.
Man, don't listen to this dude, man. You all right, Hefe.
I don't know, man. I'm profiling, man. I don't know him like that. What do we? You might want to rob me, man.
Hey man, I'm positive all the way. I'm positive. I'm like I try to tell people live your life like Opie Taylor, man, with a smile on your face all the time. You know what I mean?
Right there. Is this Kansas? Is this Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas City, Kansas?
Hey, whooping the police ass. Look at that stupid Down with the West Foot. Hey, brother. That's it, she a rock. Y'all came here for me. Tell him again, mama.
So that's your hood, man. That's your neighborhood.
No, that's his city. He probably ain't even from that area, man.
That's his. Yeah, from that city, his neighborhood over there, man. Hefe, that's your neighborhood, your city.
Yeah, I ain't been there since I was a kid, though, man. That's a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's there's like 30 bars on that street, so they get down.
Oh, they get there. Oh, I gotta go. So when I go next time I'm out there, I gotta go there, man.
Yeah, it's a fun time.
Oh man, yo, listen, y'all. It's 18 of y'all hooligans here, man. Yo, we've been here 4.5 hours. I think I'm gonna be live again tomorrow. Do a quick topping on that ass, but definitely Friday. Definitely, you guys remember to pull up. There's gonna be my welcome back party, my official welcome back party. You know, because I haven't done an official one yet. But definitely Friday. I will do that around 7ish, latest 8, because I know people will be home definitely. So 7:30, and yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll be outside. I'll be on the live. I'm definitely gonna keep uploading videos every day. You know, that's gonna be my goal every day. At least upload one video. But yeah, guys, man, stay dangerous. Thank you for the advice, the jewels, the debates, the arguments, all that, man. This is what I want the space to be. Everybody to build upon these conversations. Everyone make sure to subscribe and share this. Yo, listen, I don't think y'all understand how important this is. There's 15 people here. If you share this video with 5 people, what's 15 times 5? What's that? 15 times 5. What? Quick. 15 times 5. What's that? That's 90, right?
You say 50 times 5?
Yeah, that's what, like 75?
50 times 5.
What, isn't that 75?
Nah, if we times it, that's 55 times. So that'll be 250 people.
75. Yeah, 15 times 5 is 75.
Oh, 15. I thought you said 50. Yeah. My bad.
Oh no, my bad. Yeah, 15 times 5. 75. So yo, if what you mean? What you mean by this? Oh, it's not niche like every American nut job. What you mean by that? Like Frederick Niche, like what you mean by that? But yeah, listen, if all of y'all, there's 15 people here, if all of y'all send it to 5 people, I could potentially have 75 new people up in the building. And you never know, somebody might get addicted to it and they might want to hop on the panel and talk shit. You know what I'm saying? So, Voltaire. Okay, I know Voltaire. Philosopher. Yes, you're speaking about philosophy. You're speaking about the philosophy. The pronounced Nietzsche. I don't know. Roy Chess, how do you pronounce that? Niche, right? Nietzsche.
No, it's Nietzsche.
That's how you pronounce that?
Yeah, that's how you pronounce it.
I didn't ever know that.
No, wait. Nietzsche, really?
Yeah.
Nietzsche? I never know that's how you pronounce it. Nietzsche?
Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. There's a lot of names that you would think pronounce it differently, but like no.
Nietzsche?
Hey, fighter, we got time for one more song.
Yeah, we could do that. Shit, if you show love, if you show love, we can stay a little bit longer.
Okay. Is it going to be an Asian song because they rule the world?
Asians are the new oppressors, man. Yeah, man. I'm a fuck French. I'm gonna learn Mandarin. I'm a fuck y'all. Nishi. Well, see, look, Blumman said Nishi. Yeah, I thought it was Nishi too. Frederick, right? Frederick?
Yeah, Frederick Nietzsche.
Nishi. Yeah, Nishi. See, Anton said Nishi. Who's Anton? Is Anton really Lord Hokage?
Nietzsche.
Nishi?
Let's pronounce it Nietzsche.
I think you're lying to me.
No, I'm not lying to you, man.
Royces, did you miss my YouTube live streams, man, or not?
Did I miss them?
Yeah. Did you miss the live streams?
The live streams, yeah, but not you.
Oh, you piece of shit! You're a piece of shit, man. Look, he's in the presser. I think he's really Asian.
You were asking me, did I miss you? I'm like, what?
You're Asian. You're Asian, yo. He's an Asian oppressor, man.
You're not Asian.
Asian oppression.
You identify as Asian now?
No, you are. You're in an Asian oppression. You know what I mean? Yo, Sean, how did you find my channel, Sean Ford?
Oh, just came across it in the live.
Oh, today randomly you found me?
Yeah, it was on the live. I just came across.
Oh, okay, that's what's up, man. Where you from?
Yeah.
Where you from?
New York.
Oh, what part?
Brooklyn.
Okay, that's what's up. That's
man.
Good. Yeah, I bet
the original gun clappers.
Clappers. Park Slope over that side.
All right, yeah. You know, I've been out there. I've been out there a little bit. Brooklyn, you know, Canarsie. I used to go to the Judah Brothers gym, over there. Pat Plex. You know where the Pat Plex gym is at?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
The Pat Plex Fitness. Yeah, I've been over there, kind of by like East New York area.
Yeah.
By the water over there. I've been, you know, Bushwick. I used to hang out in Stuyvesant over there by like Lexington. That's you know.
Yeah.
That's getting a little gentrified, you know, a little gentry over there, but
yeah.
Hey, I got a question for all y'all New Yorkers, man. Why do y'all wear Timberland boots with shorts? I was just wondering that.
And you know what's crazy? Like the real fly niggas, they're wearing that now because it's coming back in style. Like they don't, but you got to remember the Timberland is the stamp. So no matter what, niggas are always gonna wear Timbs.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right. Like niggas gonna start to try to freak that.
What were they used for though? Do you understand why they used Timberlands?
Timberlands are really for work boots.
Yeah, but what else were they used for? Why is it a staple?
I mean, that's just New York. That's y'all shit, right?
No. It was a reason why.
Go ahead, explain, man. Yo,
They call it the concrete jungle, right? And when you had a fight in the street and you hit the floor, they would stomp you out.
Okay.
Right? You get stomped out with the Timberlands. That's why it's a big thing. You never heard the expression "stomped out with Timberlands on"?
Yeah, I heard.
All right, then. So that's where it comes from. It's nothing to do with wearing boots in the heat. It's, in case I get into a scrapple and somebody hits the floor, they're getting stomped out. That's
okay.
I think it is a Brooklyn thing, though. I think it started in Brooklyn.
All right. We okay, no doubt. Okay, thank you for that. Herbie says, "What part of New York you from?" I was born in Manhattan, Harlem. Grew up in Dykeman. Moved around to Connecticut, Jersey, DR. Northeast. I grew up in the Northeast my whole life, mostly.
Tri-state area.
Yeah, tri-state area. Yeah, for the most part. Voiches is from the Bronx, right? Voiches?
I'm from the 9th Ward, man.
You from the 9th Ward?
New Orleans?
Hold on, where Prince from? That's where he from. What Prince from again?
Minneapolis, I think.
Yeah, I think you from Minneapolis.
Was Minneapolis again? Minnesota?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the first place I started going when I started doing trucking. Was to Minneapolis because it was a straight shot.
Yeah. Prince's parents was out there smoking crack. That's why he acted the way he acted.
No, man, not Prince. Prince's parents was educated people.
They were Jehovah's Witness. They were Jehovah's Witness, man.
Prince was that dude, man. I remember when he passed away. I just couldn't believe he had passed, man. I was like, "What?
Good evening, good morning, man. You mean good night, nigga? We about to be out of here." Good evening, good morning.
Artichoke, how you doing?
Yeah, she came from another live. Now she want to come over here. Yeah, nah. I'm sure it's that fake love. She got to be Asian. She's an oppressor.
Yeah, man. I gotta go visit New York before it's completely gentrified. Hopefully I get some of the remnants of the old New York. I'm gonna make my way to Harlem. Make my way to definitely gotta hit QB. All my favorite rappers out of QB. I want to take a picture in front of that Big L mural.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah. Definitely
do that. They took away the Nas mural.
What?
Yeah, they had one in
in Queens.
By Queensbridge. I'm pretty sure that shit has been gone. That shit was there for like a little minute. I'm pretty sure that shit gone.
And I know that they vandalized the Prodigy mural out there.
Yeah, but then they repainted it afterwards, so I think it's good now though. Artichokes, I'm a hater. Yeah, right.
Blood Moon said gentrified whites are moving out with all of these criminals stealing everything. That should be a good idea, just in order to keep things from being gentrified. If anybody of y'all
Malagasy, what's that, from Malaysia? What's Malagasy?
That's
Malaysia?
I forgot.
That's not Malaysian.
No, that's not Malaysian.
Malagasy. Madagascar. Okay.
Madagascar.
They kind of got that like Australian indigenous look.
In Madagascar?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
They do. They have that indigenous Australian look.
I seen man, it was this chick that worked at my job, man. All the dudes were trying to get her. Her name was Gifted. She was this fine chocolate Ghanaian chick, bro. She was definitely looked good, bro.
Yo, Louis said, Anton says, Must we ourselves not become God simply to appear worthy of it?
Oh wait, hey, I know Nietzsche. Like I remember seeing some of his
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche. Yeah, I remember seeing some of his quotes in the 48 Laws of Power.
It's Nietzsche. It's Nietzsche.
Our Asian mixed with African, nigga. That's what an Ethiopian is.
But you know what?
African mixed with East Asian.
Let me tell you something.
Oh no, sorry. East Asian would be like from like China.
Those are East Asians, yeah.
Yeah, China, Thailand.
South Asians are Indians and Pakistanis and people like that. But actually, you know what's crazy? I saw an interview with Iman, and she said a lot of people think that they get they get their features in East Africa from the Arabs and Europeans, when in reality they got their features from them because they migrated out of Africa into these different continents, and due to the climate, they changed into what they are. I was like, and that makes a lot of sense. Even when you look at the Khoisan people, the Khoisan tribe, like they migrated into Asia and became what Asians are. It wasn't the other way around. You notice how Nelson Mandela looked kind of Chinese or something?
Yeah, that's Khoisan.
Yeah, Khoisan, yeah. So when they migrated over there and became all of what people are today. Same thing, East Asians and them, East Africans migrated into Europe and everywhere else and became what they are due to the climate change. Their hair grew longer to protect the back of their necks from the cold weather. Their nose became pointier, lips became thinner, and now I've heard. Now I don't know, but I've heard they've mixed with Neanderthal, but they practically became what they were after human life migrated out of Africa. What you mean? No, artichokes.
All of us are mixed with Neanderthal. You know that, right?
Are we? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Modern humans all have some Neanderthal. I don't know what percentage per se, but it's even if it's a small amount, it's definitely there.
But yeah, ain't no question about that. Life started in the continent of Africa and migrated out, primarily East Africa.
Yeah, man. Listen, yo, I'm about to be out of here, man. Shout out to everyone in the building. 40 people in the building. Hit the like button. We out of here. Maybe tomorrow, or later tonight or today, I'll be back live. But for a fact, y'all meet me here 7:30 p.m. Eastern time Friday. It's gonna be the welcome back party, man. We just gonna party a little bit. So I see y'all. Thank y'all for joining. I'm out of here, man.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
Run up on enemy up close, shoot you in the fucking mouth. Customers give me the utmost. Walk around like the most, the third. Like a John Ray Gore-Tex tech in the waterproof coat. When it's raining, it be pouring. Niggas from the other side wanna battle me from my throne like the battle of Set of Horus. The cold come in, they gotta use the same scale that they use the way the walrus is with. You calling it quits, forfeit, I flush the forfeit. Take off and spit it and take the charge like defend the team and get acquitted. No, I'm worth millions. I'm not going to jail, nigga. Blood cause it's money and liquid. Lift your shit off the ground like I started my own business. Shoot you like insolent, claiming innocent. I got the Jimmy. You wasn't there in the desert when I was shooting 150. Modern day gypsies get dick down to hotels in the middle of Queens. Stuck in the dream.
into my zone, mad rhymes will stifle ya. Lines like rifles go blast when I kick some ass. A lot of rappers be like one-time wonders. Couldn't say a fly rhyme if there was one right under their noses. I hate those motherfucking poses, but I'm so real to them it's scary. And with my unique skills, nah, you can't compare me. And no, we don't make whack tracks. And all the suckers get pushed back when I'm kicking real facts. I represent, set up shit like a tent, boy. You're paranoid cause you're a son like Elroy. And you'd be happy as hell to get a record deal. Maybe your soul you'd sell to have mass appeal. Yes, I'm greater than all MCs. When I breeze, give me room, please. I be like fascinating when I be updating, cutting off white kids, pulling their trump cards. I thump hard and make them say that I'm God. Niggas be pretending they're hardcore, never know the meaning of. But I get props like a slogan, and no man could ever try to diss when I kicks my jams. Lyrically deaf and connecting, complete mic wrecking. No double checking, vocals kill like weapons. But if I have to, I go all out with no mic. Yeah, that's right, cause I survive mad fights. And for my peeps, I truly care. Cause without some of them, I wouldn't be here. And they all know how I feel. The suckers be like playing themselves to have mass appeal. I've suffered setbacks, but now I'm making greenbacks. Just like baggy slacks, I'm crazy hip-hop. Check 1, 2, and you don't stop. Your head'll bop when I drop my crop of pure bomb. Just like the seashore, I'm calm and wild with my monotone style. Because I don't need gimmicks. Give me a fly beat, and I'm all in it. Word is born, I go on and on. For you it's tragic, I got magic like horns. So I'ma end this lecture and I betcha those who kick dirt in due time I'm gonna get ya. Cause I be kicking the real while they be losing the race trying to chase mass appeal.
Come on, man. What y'all know about that, man? What y'all know about that?
Eso es mío. Porque te fuiste y me dejaste. Si soy el macho de tu vida, mami. No soy culpable de que esa boda la impidieran tu familia. enseñó a querer y te hizo sentir mujer.
Ay, caramba,
Que nadie me
coño.
hable en contra de ella. Que voy para
Voy
allá.
pa'
Que me
allá.
gusta esa mujer. Que voy para
Que voy
allá.
pa'
Amigo mío si la ve. Que voy para allá. Dígale